Hello.
Hello, Mr. Keshe. How are you today? Well, it's the 8th
Hello, Mr. Keshe.
workshop.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes,
we can hear you. Good morning and a happy Christmas to you. A Merry Christmas.
Good morning.
Do we have many people on the line?
Yes, we have 7, 8, 9, 10 here on our Skype line, which is a little too many for video, but it's okay for audio. And we have 27 viewers on the live stream right now as well. I think there's a couple on the GoToMeeting as well. Is that right, Vince?
We have nobody on there right now, but if video is needed, then somebody can jump out of Skype and go into GoToMeeting if needed.
Okay, great.
And that'll record the audio, right, Vince?
Yeah, that's recording audio, video, and you can speak on the Skype conversation.
Excellent.
Okay, I don't, did you have a particular topic that you'd like to discuss or start with, Mr. Keshe?
Not really. It depends what is the general question. What everybody wants to ask or know.
Right. Perhaps Vince could start off. He had some things that he would like to present. He has the actual questions that came in on the Gmail site that's been set up called keshequestions@gmail.com, where people can mail in their questions. And I just remind everybody to keep their microphones off while we're except if you need to talk. Okay, Vince, can you add something there?
Yeah, first of all, Mr. Keshe, thank you for joining us. Did you receive the email that I sent that it was last week sometime? I haven't heard anything back, and I think a few of us were waiting patiently for an answer. Did you receive
which email is it?
The one where I asked for the correctness regarding the strength of atoms and their elemental properties.
I have not seen such a, I can't recall seeing such a thing.
That's okay. Well, we can wait for that, but I'm sure that...
Can you tell me what the question was?
Yeah, I can find that. I can come back with that. But I think, first of all, a lot of people would like to know about the generator that you advised was being released on the 19th. And just a little bit more of information about that. Is that a new type of generator? Does it have different technology than what we talked about before in the previous workshops? And that kind of stuff. Do you have any new information for that?
This is the modified version of the reactor we showed in April, in the Peace Conference. It's the same core, but with a huge amount of modification. We had to test it, and because it's the new material, we have seen a lot of things from the first test. But because of the leakage and different problem with the motors and sealing and vacuum condition, we could not actually confirm the results on a continuous basis. So, as you know, we had to literally, the team here had to redesign everything from scratch. We kept the core as it was in the original shape. Everything else, the motors, the sealings were adapted and adapted again and changed again. And finally, we have reached a stable condition that we could hold. There was a huge design faults in the pipe manufacturers more than anybody else. A year and a half ago, as we developed the testing, we found more and it changed in more pieces, and it's taken nearly over 7-8 months to finalize it. At the moment, we don't know if there is going to need for more changes on the test reactor. But what we have achieved, about 14 amps in one test. We carried it out, it can be repeated. Then we realized the stability of the plasma, and there is literally, at the moment, what we see on the power production measurements is reversal and drainage. So we tested different conditions. At the moment, we are testing more on a weight reduction. The production of the energy unit has gone into pre-production. What this means is that we start looking at production configuration. We had a meeting just on Monday night at 7-8 o'clock with our team here. So we're looking now to produce the first unit in a complete working condition with all the support, and go into mass production. We have the facilities to produce, and now the discussion with the people who are now taking over from now on is we are in the Christmas period, holidays, we're shut down until the 7th. And on 7th onwards, we go into literally a full seal design, and more or less everything moves from us as a Keshe Foundation research side into the hand of the people who are going to produce it. They are fully aware of it because they have done all the correction, modification, they know exactly what is expected. So I reckon it takes a month or two, by February or so, to have a physical unit which we can put out as a commercial unit. And then it'll take about 2 to 4 weeks, 2 weeks, 4 weeks to actually produce a mass production unit. Most of the way we've done things is everything can be done off the shelves. There are only 2 parts which needs to be made to measure, as you call it, but even those we were talking on Monday, we can't find a mass production unit. So we have to wait for the people who started pre-production. From now on, it's out of my, it is in our hand, but it goes in the hand of people who are, who know what they are doing, more or less, in producing the first working unit with all the auxiliary units, the motors, the feeding lines and the gas lines and the rest of it. And we have to wait for them from after 2 weeks of holidays because they've started their work. It's the biggest problem with this technology up to now was creating plasma by literally rotating the cores with the hydrogen input only. We achieved this, but we could not understand a lot of parameters, and a lot of parameters in 10 days of results came out exactly what's happening. One of the strangest things we could see, but we couldn't understand, and then it was put down as something wrong with the core, is that, for example, we feed in large amounts of hydrogen into the core. This be it in the steps or in large quantity in one go, or large volume of hydrogen. in the cores of the reactor. And when we went to vacuum the system or check for if it's still state vacuum, the vacuum is total. We don't lose, we have no leakage, but we have no matter either. We have nothing, there is nothing left in the core. So I did a few tests to verify this. How come we put so much matter inside the core, but we, after so many hours, the reactor shows no gases, but still is a full vacuum. We could not do this up to now because every time we tried it, something went somewhere, or motor packed up after a few hours, or the leakage in the sealant. But now, more or less, these are all solved. So what I did, I added as a backup large quantity of helium, emptied the reactor, added nitrogen, emptied the reactor. We can extract helium and we can extract nitrogen, but there was no sign of hydrogen volume in. So did a few more tests in different ways, in different combination of the speeds and everything else. The conversion of the hydrogen to plasma seems to be so rapid that all the hydrogen in the core is consumed to conversion into energy. We could see it with the highest speed of motors going from 200-300 revolutions per minute to around about 2,000-3,000. For a period of time, we had to reduce the current and voltage on the motors or create a reverse motor power in one of the motors to control the speed. And this explained in a lot of ways why we saw that 18 kilogram to 16 kilogram weights, because we created a condition which allowed the massive change in the magnetic fields. So power production in 10-20 kilowatts is no problem with the system. Now we understand more of it. Now, even today, being a holiday, we still carry on with testing with new phenomena. We are not in a hurry to show anything now. There is no use jumping out and showing things. We are now out with pre-production. What I call the people now who've taken over this side in the foundation, is for them to organize it, and we'll see how fast we can produce the units. The units, according to what we discussed, it needs to be done in so many ways by people who they see appropriate to go into what I call into bed with, and let them do the jobs in respect to all aspects of the what they call it, the specification we are looking for. One of the specifications we are looking for is self-destruction, which means no unit can be tampered with. The other point we are looking at is material use, because we have realized some of the properties of this material we have developed. And this new material I'm trying to be very economical with the words, but at the same time give you as much information as possible. This new material has properties unknown. We do not even understand, most probably, large properties, the things it can do. We have run a reactor total empty with a new vacuum condition, and we're still creating energies, huge amount of energy from it. And we see these in the flux on the z-axis. So it means energy travels from pole to pole. of the core. The way we have positioned the reactor is on the central, more or less near equator of the reactor in a specific angle. So if the field is pole to pole, we can detect it. And a pole to pole, it's very rapid. It's a huge amount. Actually, pole to pole flux flow is 20, 30 times more than axial flows, the other X and Y's. And that is dictating the full, what do you call it, power generation of the system. This has a lot of meaning in the cosmological side of the work as well. But at the moment I'm trying to understand more how. Because on the x-axis flux flow we see -14, +30, +60, more or less about the same on the y-axis. But on the z-axis we're sitting down between 3 to 900 in cases. And the usual atmospheric condition on general average is around about 450 to 530 on our instrument, because we leave the instrument away from on the same height in the lab and we measure it. So that's the atmospheric condition on 3 axes, or near enough to the system or around the system. And so when we place the detector, the motors, when they come on, everything is measured. Each motor at the power is measured. And then when we inject the hydrogen, we see the changes. I've come to understand even how much more we need to learn about this new material.
New material.
On the other hand, the new material it's very much like a powder. When you touch it, you feel the sponginess of it. It's not. It behaves like a gas, but on the other hand, has caused us a lot of other problems, this new material, which we didn't know. And one of the problems I was discussing on the table with our guys a couple of days ago is that we have created the electrical resistance. Hello?
Yeah,
Yes, we can.
Okay, because we have created the electrical resistance. The insulation between parts of the reactor is completed. And it's complete because we have sensors which we can check. But the magnetic field flow is so powerful that it doesn't matter what insulating material we use. There is a criteria which is central force field, I call it. What this means is this brings a totally new concept in the world of cosmology, if you are correct. And I have to understand it if I'm correct before even I can discuss it or put it out. But in so many ways, a lot of energy because of the structure, very much like a black hole, feeds back into the center. This if you are correct, I even have to rewrite the book number 1 and 2, because this creates a totally new phenomena in how energy is conserved in the universe and how it is used. It's a huge point to understand. I think some of the things we've seen in the past 10 days needs years to explain. I literally go on my hands and knees trying to make sure I understand correctly in the lab when I set these things up. But what this means is the outer layers of magnetic field or a structure, be it like our unit, or maybe we can explain it in a star. The energy can be created totally in a different way. The energy release can be totally in a different way than what we assumed. But tests should show this in the coming days, months, and years. What does this mean is that the magnetic field flow is not so much is released by the conversion of whatever different strength magnetic fields, but the release of what is released in the outer layers is controlled by the center in a different way than what we assumed, because we have a center point in this reactor. In this reactor, we have what we call a center core, which is deliberately built this way, and this is one of our main cause of problems for months, is that I was trying to explain to our guys on Monday night meeting, and that is the way what we see as a behavior is that if you looked at the units of Tesla, where it was 2 spheres, and you can create energy in between, or you can put a lamp to it and all sorts of things. It looks like that if you place one of these balls inside the other, then the ratio of the cores dictates a lot of parts. This is totally opposite to what we knew. This is, I've done a lot of search. There's no such a thing anywhere in literature. This needs a lot of research. This needs, it just changes whatever we knew about the world of plasma, world of energy, world of cosmology. We have 2 Tesla units. I bought 2 Tesla units from Professor Meyer in Germany, and then he gave us a lecture. Some people who've been in the lecture have seen the videos. Is that he puts 1 unit on the crust of the unit, 2 spheres, and it shows how energy is transferred between the 2 units. And he runs a boat with it. He puts on the unit on a boat, and he can remote the energies. And this is how it's presumed and assumed Tesla run a unit, as has been said. He sold his technology to the Russians. Power station was in Russia, and he was running his car in New York. This way, you don't need a reactor in New York or one in Moscow. You bring the 2 cores inside each other. And the ratio of the diameter proportionality of it would dictate the power and the environment which you cover. This will explain a lot of things, how stars interact. This is totally opposite to what we assumed before. This explains the position and power of gravity, how gravity is dictated and the distance it dictates to what strength. This changes the whole understanding of the plasma technology, or what we assume we know. This opens a new Pandora box. But this is so fundamentally important to understand it if you are correct. That, as I said, we got to rewrite even the books are written in the past 3-4 years. Or bring it to a new point of understanding. I was explaining this. It's very much like lasering, but internally. And as you go further in, you become more powerful. Where up to now we assumed the reversal, that as the plasma opens up, it releases an energy. But on the other hand, the energy released, very much like gravitational field, is lasered, is focused back inside through certain layers within the structure of the plasma itself. So this changes a lot of things in understanding of plasma. This changes total proportion of how much energy we can produce. Do we need these large size cores? So we're looking at, or the people who are in charge of producing the power units, we are looking in like a tennis-sized balls to produce, but in a different way. But we'll see what the outcome is. But this test changes a lot of things.
Sorry, does it change the way to get to the plasma, though?
Not really. This is something which I've never explained. Maybe I can explain now. That to create a better understanding. The way I've seen this material and the way it is like a what I call like a powder. It is like a powder because in some early developments, when we use air pump power, they used to blow things away at higher speed, we want to clean up. We literally could see layers of this thing on the material, which means when you blow it away, you see it's just like layers and layers of it. What happens, what I understand now needs a lot of work, is that this powderiness, this soft structure, which is actually very solid as well, but very flexible, allows a rapid breakup in the strength of the fields on the outer layers of the plasma in the core. It's literally like putting like a knife into it in layers. So this material breaks up the plasma or drains the plasma much faster than we ever knew. Doesn't mean we have to change the procedure in thickness. Doesn't mean that we have to create a more solid base at the bottom. Doesn't mean we have to create a different kind of insulation we will before we build the layer. This all comes into play. Does this mean, this is what we discussed, if you use certain materials, we can have a meltdown because the energy transfer will come up within the next month or two with a full production. But it is totally opposite, and it's a totally new concept as far as I can see in the motion of the fields and the creation of energy. So if it is correct, if the understanding is correct, it even explains that how plasma, doesn't matter what entity, keeps its work, keeps its energy for such a huge amount of time. billions of years even as a universe. So this has opened up a new thing in the past 2 weeks with the new tests. Because up to now, whenever we had different problems, we tried to explain it because of this and that. But now, being able to maintain a full vacuum system, this goes back to something which I wrote in, I think it's in book 1 or book 1, that even the center cores of the Earth, the inner core of the Earth, contains nanomaterial. The word, I put that word in especially when we were writing it, and it's still so clear to me somewhere in the papers I've written, the core of the reactor contains matter, this, and nano materials. And this in so many ways confirms the writing. I could see the existence of nanomaterials and the properties and the effects they have. But now this brings this gas of the material, nano layers of it, in totally different focus. But I've got to understand. I don't understand it fully. In time I understand. I took a whole day off yesterday to totally have a separate mind from this, and at the same time, as you know, we got too much at the moment now that the energy is going to pre-commercialization. I brought my focus back on something which is more important, because I've seen a lot of things which are coming up, and that's to do with the Daiichi Fukushima situation. We're putting a lot of effort into this to curb the situation.
That was going to be my next question after this. Is, you say that the farmers have everything they need right now to help with their cultivation for next year. Can you elaborate on that a little bit?
I spend a lot of time watching Japanese news internally, how much of it is false, how much of it is real, and how much of it is a new purposes. With the little knowledge we have in the world of nuclear, we understand. There is a huge problem at the moment, as you know, with the water leakage and the amount of water they're holding. Reaching nearly 1,000 whatever tons of it. And they had a leakage. And they have a huge problem with this tritium, and they are going to don't know what to do with it. And I was telling my wife last night before I go to sleep, I said, do you know what is ridiculous? They are saying what they're going to do. There was a meeting with the authorities and the Japanese Fukushima plant owners that they are going to dilute these waters and then put them in the sea. This is the most ridiculous thing I've ever could imagine. Doesn't matter how you dilute it.
Doesn't it sound like making a big problem worse?
No, but what it is, the way the information is put across is that they're going to dilute it and then put it into the sea. Doesn't matter what dilute is, the amount is still, because this is not sugar to become softer. There will be the same amount of radiation, active material, or radioactive material capable of releasing a amount of energy. I think it's for 4,500 days. This is the estimated half-life of it. This, if we achieve that, and then to go down in 300 years to have nothing, this doesn't change the reality that the radioactive material is there. What does it mean to dilute it? The diluting of this is totally irrelevant. Why are you doing this? Why is the need for such a step? They're giving themselves too much. We try to find a way to come into contact and negotiation, or at least find a way to get this situation sorted or understood by TEPCO. But TEPCO's got layers and layers of bureaucracy. we got to see where it goes. But in fact, what it is, we have had this material in the foundation for nearly 7-8 years. It's not something we're jumping in new. I've run tests with these. I have even sections of my own garden over 7-8 years testing this material. There's no doubt we think it's going to be. We know what's going to be because I physically nourished it. I physically developed it. So what I say is not theoretical. It is maybe within the next day or two we start a specific test, because I don't know if you know or not, we have a huge support in Japan. We have Japanese bloggers, or we sold huge amount of books into Japan, especially in past 12 months. I see a flow of books into Tokyo and different parts of Japan, and we had organized what do you call it, people who wanted the book to transfer the books in Japanese, so we started negotiation there. So people know what is the problem, and problem is 3-4-fold. What we have suggested, or what is the I showed the material. I'm going to post a link maybe today on the forum. I was asked by one of the supporters to give me an interview, and this interview apparently has been, I get the interview on Monday, and they already posted it. This group is, what do you call it, they believe is of terrestrial organizations, and whatever they want to, the belief is, but it was more discussing different matters. In this interview, I have shown the material which is going to be used in Fukushima. It's a physical matter, and I show it in a video. I hope they haven't cut it out. So we have basically shown the material which is needed for absorbing the radioactive material, as a matter of cesium or whatever, which is released. We know from the reports from the Japanese nuclear inspection that the radiation levels in some of the moderate parts is 50 times more than the allowed limit. And the amount of cesium is beyond, especially and more in the jungle areas where there are woods. This raises another question: why and how? And this contamination, which is in the wood, and the Japanese are walking away from explaining how and why, because they don't know how to handle the next step, is that, okay, they've taken first 20 centimeter, 30 centimeter of topsoil away, which contains most of the cesium. They would like the farmers to come back. Most of these farming areas are by woods, by forests, as we can see. So the next rain washes more material, the way it's done for centuries, back into the farming area. So what was the use of removing the topsoil? There are huge question which is answered. I put it to some of the scientists recently. You've gone from summer to autumn. You go through the leaf droppage. If the leaves, if the branches, if the other material on the ground is still contamination, carry contamination, these are going to blow back on the fields. This is very much, I was thinking about it recently. This is the story of the war between Iran and Iraq. Iraqis have they bought 9 million landmines from Italy. at a discount rate. And they put these mines all over the border between Iran and Iraq during the war. What we see now on regular basis, on daily basis, I've said this before, through the storms and heavy rains and all sorts of things, these landmines, which were planted over 20 odd years ago, getting washed and coming to farming land further down, and the children are walking on it and they're pulling their legs up and their arms down to the farmers. The same thing is happening for Keshe. The contamination in the woods come down. They can't do anything. There's a report I was watching a couple of days ago in Tokyo in NHK channel. They decontaminated buildings, areas for residents, and they came back in. And now they're reaching the same level back in the same areas of contamination. And one of the people who moved in, she said, I think it's time to do another cleanup of the, what do you call it, of the radioactive materials, because it's back again. So this situation is going to carry on for a long time. It's not handled the right way. What I've developed, it looks at partially as part of this problem can be solved on a term long enough for cesium to become inactive. So what do? You mix this material in the soil. You allow it to stay in soil for 10 or 15 days. You can even turn the soil 2 or 3 times to a given depth up to 20 centimeters, which you know is, at the moment is the penetration of the cesium and other radioactive material. And then, because of the structure of the material we developed, you can more or less extract 90% of it from the ground. And then you have all the cesium which is in that area. And you can even repeat this after every cultivation for 2 or 3 seasons, for 2 or 3 years, or even 10 years. Or you can, let's say, you dig a ditch of 0.5 meter on the top of the farm, one end, and you turn the soil back up to the bottom. And then what you do, you add the same material back to your topsoil. What this will do is that this will increase the growth of the harvest in the next season, because this material has a property to work in that way to become like a natural fertilizer. So you solve 2 problems at the same time. One of the biggest problems with the farmers, they work for years to build a very good top layer, topsoil. This way you give them the support that it doesn't need. It doesn't allow the cultivation to be what do you call it, to be destroyed, or the soil to be destroyed. We don't test on this. There are people who've been on with us and they've done tests. So we're talking from experience and the development on the agricultural side. If you remember, if there are still people on the forum or listening who did that seed test with us some years ago, we developed this further to understand. So partially we already done a test on the regrowth, so we know more or less what we're talking about in this bracket. So what do? You absorb all the radiation. Doesn't matter what it is. This is the property of this material, and they can produce it locally. I think it costs €1,000 per farm with a few hectares. But the only difference will be turning up the topsoil or developing new simple systems to retract these radioactive materials from soil chemical. The same thing is, this is what we're trying to explain to TEPCO, is that all these huge tanks with active liquids, you mix this material in the tank and you let it just to mix and to settle. And in the process of the settling, it will take all the tritium with itself down, it will go down, it will be absorbed. So we got a slurry of this material, which you reach maybe, we reckon about 90 to 95% extraction if you're correct. So you can let the water back even for human consumption. If you pass it through copper filters the same way. So you go from one tank to another, you keep the top layers or what do you call it, water off. So you literally extract all the lithium to the bottom as a locked in position. In the report yesterday, yes, it's fairly easy. Fairly easy. I try to put this post on. Look at the last 5 or 10 minutes. I show it to you. You can touch it. It cannot be touched. But I don't like people touching it because it gets absorbed into the blood circulation. So what you literally do, you create a condition of filter, or the solid filter. But the advantage with turning off the soil and putting this material with cesium attached to it into half a meter or 30, 40 centimeter back in the farmland is that this material underneath will stay there for long enough that any more leakage which comes from the rain or whatever, if there is any more cesium enters, this hopefully will not allow any water or any contamination to filter into the water system, underground water system. So it has two-way advantage. Pardon?
That seems really fantastic if you can create a natural layer to keep cesium.
It's not just cesium. There are other radioactive materials which are airborne. What this material does, it creates it like a sponge, and this sponge has a different dimension size for different materials, and it even can change its size. It's a natural process. We've seen this naturally. This is this is what I always keep on saying: understand the situation, understand the condition, and then you can see how you can work within that condition or change it.
Right,
we understand the condition.
The gravitational magnetic field vacuum as just like our bodies, like you say, the NC chain, how it's like a magnetic field that's roughly similar, that it keeps a very good vacuum that way, or else it's, you can call it
no, it's in a way you have to go to all the talks I gave or the papers I've written about the GANs. Then you have to go back into understanding the human structure. And then you have to go back to understand atmospheric condition. This material has capability to open up. I think that's the best terminology I can explain. It's like a balloon. It can change its size, its dimension to fit what is there. With cesium, you're going to the extreme end in number of electron and proton. You still have to absorb it because of its literally the size of the plasma of cesium or any other radioactive material. And at the same time, the same material has to handle active hydrogen tritium, which is only 3. The nuclear physicists have not understood this problem with tritium. Why it's so radioactive, why it behaves this way. The only reason tritium is so radioactive and stays that way. And then if you add other conditions to it, you reach the radioactivity levels of what you like, is because of the neutron. That neutron, that neutron is where the energy release is coming from. That extra neutron. That extra neutron is the source of the energy. In this situation, with such a high level of radioactive or radiation exposure of this material, you have two choices. To go to helium, you have an energy release on the rest of them. But if you can create a condition that you could extract that nitrogen, what you call it, neutron, from the hydrogen, combined with electron and proton, then you don't have a radioactive material. So the water contamination has to be handled different way with the same material, as the same material handles the cesium and other radioactive material, heavy radioactive materials on the top. And this material have that versatility. It's like creating, if you can absorb the nitrogen, the neutron from the hydrogen atom, the isotope. So can we do that? What would that bring? Can we increase the gap between the nitrogen and what do you call it, the electron and the proton and the neutron in the hydrogen? Then would we see less radiation, less radioactive, or would we increase the half-life or decrease the half-life a few seconds? These are the parts of the nuclear physics which I'd love to write one day about, but at this moment of time, man doesn't understand. When you explain it, it becomes a different proposition. At the moment, what we call the H3.1 deuterium, it's actually the source of the energy comes from neutron in this structure. But if you release or retract or be able to create a very small rapid condition where the energy released to create a vibration in the electron is fed back to the neutron, and the neutron expels, so you have two hydrogen not radioactive, and then you have a free electron to absorb, or you allow the nitrogen, the neutron to become an atom of hydrogen itself, because the nuclear decay will allow a neutron, because we call the neutron the principal plasma in all the books. I'm trying very hard to come to some sort of understanding with the Japanese to see how fast we can put this out and get it done. But they're so busy with the problems they have, and the problem changes from pole to post every day with different problems. So they have made a decision yesterday that they're going to wait till, they're going to look at every aspect of a way to a new technology, dissolve this material in the water. That's the priority at the moment. So we're trying to get them to see this, that there is a possibility that you can do different things with it. But so we'll see. The material is very easy to make. The material is very easy to produce. Locally, it is within the reach of the farmers. But the problem is, okay, we allow farmers to do this job. But now you have the concentration of cesium which is now is attached to, or is part of the structure, but now it's the structure, you know where it is. The problem with this cesium now, or the radioactive material on the ground, is we don't know. We know it's there. We can detect it because of its radiation, but we don't have a filter system. What I've developed is that I attach the radioactive material to a material, we know what it is, and now we extract it. Yeah, it's very much like you put a magnet in a what do you call it, in the area, and you extract other magnets or ions from it. Or you can do it with a copper, you can do it with anything, which we were saying. Now we can show the practicality of this application. You can extract literally any kind of radioactive material from these grounds according to the material and the way you introduce it to the ground. The same process can be used in the forest. You don't need to destroy the forest as has been proposed. It will cause huge amount of problem in Japan if you destroy these forests within the thousands of years. But these forests are feeding it's got an open phone. We can hear a lot of chairs and tables moving. So this radioactive materials which are in the forest can be spread and then maybe collected back home after a few days. It's not a washing system. This is an absorption system. This is absorption technology. We have the material. Even today, I plan to start a new test for the water contamination in a different way for Fukushima now. I hope I get some collaboration from my beloved Iranian scientists that we can expand this very rapidly in Tehran. I've got to speak with the authorities if we can do some tests in Tehran with it, because here we cannot touch nuclear material. But our beautiful scientists in Iran have that accessibility. We can test this in Tehran and then pass it on to Fukushima. This international cannot be done by one country and one person, but it's affecting all of us. We need to come to a rapid understanding even with our American friends to test this material very rapidly. I've asked for the Italian government collaboration, after holidays, that we can test this here in Italy very rapidly, where we introduce this material into the contaminated zone we created, and we see how much of it we can extract, what we can extract back. It's got to be done in the control zone. But we have materials which you can buy off the shelf on the streets. So that test is going to be done. We can do it ourselves, but we cannot create the airborne condition of it, where in the laboratories it can be done. But I have made something like a blade in the past few days, where we just put the blade in the water and we just wave it around, literally, with material attached to it, and we'll see how much of this radioactive material attaches itself to it. And then we'll see what's the next step. There are 3 or 4 options regarding decontamination. We have all of it. Please watch this video. I think it's come through yesterday, last night. I saw something somewhere. I'm going to post it and look at the last 10 minutes of this interview. You see it's in a container. We show it for the first time. You create a condition, literally. You take the water contamination into a solid contamination, and then there is a process where you can redo it or extract the what do you call it, treatment from the water, from this mixture. But it is possible. It is not that it could be. It is, because we've done it. We know what it is. We know how it's done. And the material and technology is available. It's just a matter of using it. The biggest problem at the moment for us talking to Japanese government is my stupid color of my passport. If I was an American scientist, carried American passport or Italian passport, they would have done everything. At the moment, this situation, this goes back to Washington with all these boycotts. This thing has to be waived for scientists to be able to collaborate internationally. This goes back to His Excellency President Obama. He has to remove this restriction around me. This goes back to Washington. Nobody else can do this. We all know why it happened. This is the life of every man on this planet. This is a technology in hand. A color of passport should not put life in jeopardy.
So, Mr. Keshe, because you arrived at this point, I have a very quick question because, I mean, it's not mine. It appears that the gentlemen in this group are believing that just vacuuming the sphere, purging the reactor as you explained, and just spinning it, they will be able to start it without having the internal coating to create the condition for hydrogen ionization. So is my understanding, based on what you explained today, that in order to operate the reactor...
No, hold on, stop. You will see some energy releases if you go in that condition.
Right,
but
because
this is not because of your hydrogen. This is because of the openness of the plasmas which you created. As much as when you create pressure, you create energy. You create energy when you create vacuum and rotation, but that cannot be sustained.
Right.
So you need to be able to create that environment.
So it's my understanding that from the previous workshop you stated that supposing you made the inner core from copper or brass, first of all you have to anodize it to make an insulation, and secondly the new material you created has to be coated in the inner side of the sphere.
For my reactor, right. This is for my process. That's why we don't come and say, this is it, you go and do it. I saw an email on Monday sent to me, and it's very strange. It comes again from Americans. Now that you have developed the reactor, is ours. Can you give us all the data? We want to produce it ourselves. We have our own finances. This is our right. No. You go and do it yourself. You got to develop the technology. We develop the technology with the way we understand it. Other people are doing it their way. But maybe you can do it. Maybe you can do it. The same technical. You have to do it. To me, there is an energy in vacuum. We know this. Yeah?
Right, but bear with me a second, because now is coming the question. So basically, if one spins a sphere of maybe, let's say, 10-15 centimeters in diameter with, let's say, 2000 RPM, I'm just wondering, I mean, we're asking you because you have extensive experience, that because technically the kinetic energy of the gases that are transferred by the motor will be enough to ionize the volume of hydrogen one is introducing into the core and to start the reactor. In other words, is needed any extra energy?
No. Hold on. There is a line missing here.
Okay.
There is a huge line missing here. You create a plasma. I keep on saying, open the plasma. I started this talk with the sponginess of the layer, how it opens the last layers of the plasma. The material. This is you keep on talking. This, I think, we resolved the situation in workshop 3, 4, whatever. I think Rick pinpointed it out. Creating the plasma is not a problem. Opening the plasma in a controlled way that it can sustain energy production from it is the next question. This is very strange. We're trying to recover the tape in the lab. We have 13 days to recover our tapes. I hope we can do it today, tomorrow. Our power supply for the motors, we have we release these pictures and videos in the future. We have 3 small power generators to run the 3 motors in the reactor. They're sitting next to each other. And it says on the meter, on the box, we bought it, specification, maximum 30 volts, maximum 5 amp. When we start testing and producing, in one test, because we had to stop it, this whatever was going on, this is going on for hours, the outer core shows a reversal power of about 48, 49 volts and about 15, 16 amps. And the motor was not created, the generator was not created to produce 1 or 5 amps. And it was still going, because going on the reverse. So if you look at even that structure of, let's say, around, 50 by 15, you're around 750 watts power production from outer core. This is on the videos, it's recorded. And the motor was going crazy about 3,500, 4,000 reps.
Right, I was asking you because it looks like Gert in Holland tried to spin the reactor. They got an oscilloscope and like some sort of coil to record the potential activity. And they have a very small, maybe 5 to 100 millivolts on that coil. So apparently it looks like...
That's been seen. No. That's we've seen. This is one of the first things one of the Italian guys was concerned with, because we've done the same thing. We put what do you call it, these detectors, these little touches all over the reactor, and we connected the wires, and he was continuously, he's the guy in charge of our electrical sections, he's a genius in these things. And he was after about 3-4 days, he said, if you're supposed to create kilowatts, these are our milli and microvolts and amps. This is not going to do. I said, what you observe is just, what do you call it, the vacuum energy. What you observe here, it's what we get normal. That's a normal vacuum energy. You don't get, if you go into the Coca-Cola bottle, and you have managed to crack it the way we do, you should get 1.2 volts, and I think it's it's about 45 to 75 milliamps per terminal. From a Coca-Cola bottle, you get 1.2 volts. All of the Coca-Cola bottles, without a failure, if you get the material the way I do it, 1.0 volt is, when I put it in series and when I put them in parallel, I can lit a light up. You can do a LED light. All the LED lights can be lit with the Coca-Cola bottle if you know how to do it. So by spinning and putting so much energy, you're not getting what you're putting in. That is a vacuum, what do you call it, vacuum, and that's a vacuum energy which is sitting there. You're not
I was nearly to make that observation. You put a lot of energy and you recover much less.
Much less, because that's not the purpose. That's not the way it's supposed to work. That energy is totally. Just 1 second, please. 1 second.
Can I comment on that, please?
Sure. I think we have a couple of minutes until Mr. Keshe is coming back.
Okay. The oscilloscope was not made to see if how much energy is produced in the core, but it's to see if there's any activity, because when
can I tell you something? Most of this energy which you absorb, or you observe, I should say, millivolts, yeah?
Yes.
These are all Van der Waals effects. I've explained this in book 1. These are not energy from the reactor in a way. These are the energy from when you start the reactor and in that environment of the even the gaps between your what do you call it, your hydrogen atoms or your plasmas.
Right.
Because you're not creating anything from the you're not open. This situation with Gert or anybody else is you're stuck with the plasma.
Yeah.
Now is the time to go to the next step. So the energies you see very millivolts, these are the vacuum energy which is left. Even if you go to minus God knows what vacuum, when you rotate
my proposal was to go into the core.
To go into the plasma.
So I agree with you, Mr. Keshe. I explained this. So now the next question is taking Gert's example, because we all have seen his reactor. Could you technically suggest how he could open the plasma? I mean,
you have to develop a material which you. This is exactly like you did us. This is what we do ourselves. You have to develop a situation where you can build a plasma. We have a problem with a guy in Belgium which is working with ceramic. We have a situation with Malta. We have a situation in Poland. Everybody has reached the same point, but you have to understand what material you're using and how that material can be used to produce gas and what do you call it, this breakup of the plasma into, or actually what in fact is, if you look at it, how can I explain it to? I was trying to explain this to my son. You get a rotating wheel sander, you know, these solid sanders you have and you sharpen your knife with.
Yes.
You have to create a knife which you can get these sparks off it. The rotating wheel is the plasma. Everything is in there. Yeah.
Can it be done with potassium or sodium?
What will be the consequences of it? Or how much can you hold on?
Release of the electrons?
You're not releasing. You're going to open the plasma. This is the difference. This is the problem. This is what I'm trying to explain. And I said to our people,
Mr. Keshe, as a philosophical thinking, I think any of us did understood you. The question is, as none of us are chemists, is how to create this kind of material.
We put it this way. We have 2 ways to do it.
Okay, go ahead.
One way is to literally spoon feed you. This is the reactor. We discussed this on Monday, and I discussed it in our meeting. We built so many reactors, and we say, okay, all the Keshe foundations around the world, you establish your Keshe foundation, which is the way we set up, and we give you 1 unit, just make a copy. We haven't added to the knowledge. We make 140, 160 Japanese nation a good photocopying machines, or the Chinese. Yeah. The whole purpose of this workshop is to add to the knowledge. So it comes back to again what I do. When I do things, and then you copy. We try to avoid this situation, but it seems we're getting to that point. Okay, as I said, we produce. We have what do you call it? We have orders for less than 100 units. We produce 300 units, and we say, okay, you prove to us you got the Keshe Foundation, you obey by our rules. This is your unit. Go and copy.
Okay, but I want to show your attention to something. I know some people that are chemists. So if I'm going to that person,
this is nothing to do with chemistry. This is nothing to do with chemistry. This is to do with the creation of matter in a plasma. Chemists don't understand GANs. How can you tell to the blind how beautiful rainbow is? This is what we're trying to, this is the whole purpose of this institute. We're bringing people in to see, to understand. Maybe they can explain it a different way that you lot can understand than I can do. I'm a bad teacher. I cannot explain that point. Maybe people who are coming in as part of the institute, yeah, these people have to come and explain what they see and how they see things. Because what happened to me, I have learned the procedure to produce this material. Within the materials, today is a holiday. It's the second day of Christmas. Today I'm going to lab to produce a new material with the same understanding that we can make it more effective for application in Fukushima. I'm like you. I just see the pattern. You've got to find a pattern the way it is.
May I make I understood again what you said, that you have to create in the condition to get against. But up to now, appears that at least the gentlemen in this group, they have the spheres, they have copper, brass, or whatever they have. They learn the procedure to purge the vacuum, to insert the gases as per your instructions. But from this point, it appears to me, I would say they are very polite and they do not voice the...
I hear them, don't worry, I get email.
They don't have any clue how to create what I'm explaining to them, the condition. So maybe you would like to insist on this issue to, how to say?
We have, yeah, you see what happened.
In other words, all the people here are hardworking. They really want to
yes,
work.
but the thing is that I go back to it. I go back to the same point again. It's not holding information back. It's understanding the information fully before you release it. This is the biggest problem. This is the biggest problem in this one. We have seen a surge of energy beyond understanding. Some people don't listen to bits which I say because they are not there for something else. I had to stop the research past 2-3 months again because of effect of the system operation on my liver. I've said that in the last couple of workshops. So how can I ask you lot to do something which I see the effect on my body? Let us understand the function of this thing in the totality. If I tell you how it's done, and then when I touch this material, I taste it in my mouth. It's very strange. Going back to this video, which I said I would try. If it's posted, I'll let you see it. You see me touching the dust, and I immediately could taste it in my mouth. And other people says, "Can we touch it?" I said, "No, I can't let you do this." I do things as a researcher. I do things the way I understand, but I have to be able to put parameters around it. And if we give anything in a way that you lot do, we give the key to the other people to stop our work and research. This is the way he said, this is what we done, this is what caused and what is there. There are people sitting in this chat room who look like friends. There are people who sit and been on this chat room, and there are people who sit and listen to these talks we give, and are documented to make a file against the foundation in different courts. We are very, very, very precise in what I release. Let us do it. Let me finish this. Let us do. There are two choices. We release the reactors to each organization and we give you the whole package. Each nation does it, copy ours. There will be no adding to the knowledge. Then becomes a car, different people adding different type of tires or different color paint on top. Or let us add to the knowledge. I want to see what others can do, what others can bring in. I've seen emails on the foundation forum. Can you put an output of voltage and currents? Why is it DC? Now I gave you a rough figure of what we've seen in one test. If it was a nuclear, I had no problem. This is a nuclear, you lot can't reach it, this is what we do. This is a non-nuclear, it's a reachable of every man. But at the same time, it's a knife which cuts both ways. I'm learning, I've seen the effect of being near the reactor on my body. So I don't want to go in any other way to say anything. I just mentioned it in one line and pass. Listen to the talks we give. If the thing is, give us, you have all the knowledge. I went through the same process. The only unit which I see, I cannot see how energy can be produced, but in a way, it's the best way to do it is with the one in ceramic in Belgium. The rest of you have, with the materials you have, you should be able to make these layers. But you have to understand the process, how to make it. We are doing it, we touch it, we play with it. I told you I'm looking at a new material I never tested before. But today, I should take 2 weeks holidays and sit back and say it's my holiday time, but no. Yesterday, out of the respect for Christmas and the way I believe in things, I took a day not from research, but still thinking and sorting things out. But today I'm back in the lab and trying to push things to understand the more information about the process of the creation. You have the material. You want to push something. You want to rotate something in the material. I keep on saying you look at the material you're using, how you can produce gas and GANs and other states from it. I do it. I'm not a chemist. Go and understand the condition. How you can create the condition. This is force. This is exactly what I said. You want to be a spoon fed. We made the core. You said you made that. Okay. Now we're rotating, but nothing comes up. What's the?
I was thinking about the Gert video.
Yeah. It's all the same. You are not the only one. Gert is not the only one. There are about 50, 60 reactors running around the world at the moment. There are at least 50, 60, maybe more, which they don't talk about because they are doing different things. If you walk into plasma department of Ghent University in Belgium, what's the name of the professor? You see these copper balls everywhere in their labs. Plasma technology with the copper balls has been in open for years, for centuries, for decades. If you just, I can't remember, just go to Ghent University and walk and go to the plasma department. You see them, they got cupboards full of spheres of brass. Or copper.
Mr. Keshe, on that note, actually, I think there was...
Vincent, just a second, because I have one more question and I'm done. For Mr. Keshe. So, Mr. Keshe, I have a question. In your papers, and specifically in that one with the unification theory, you was giving a new definition for the plasma. That means there are two magnetic fields that are moving the same direction, of the same strength, and moving the same direction. So, basically, you was stating there that whenever two fields are interacting, they are releasing energy or magnetic field in the equivalent strength of one electron, magnetic field strength. So my question is this: the present physics calculated that the total energy of one electron into the hydrogen atom is about 0.3 Tesla. So that will include the spin of the electron and the orbital motion around the proton. So once you remove that electron from the hydrogen atom, that means that, at least in theory, its only magnetic field or energy will be the spin rotation of the electron, which is probably much less. So my question is, did you determine the lab or did you calculate what will be this magnetic field strength of one electron? Because it's my feeling that is a very important constant, like, you know, like the Planck constant in your system. So you would need to know this value to be able to create field strength differing with exactly this value. So this will be the question. What will be the magnetic strength of one electron?
First of all, I'm not a theoretical. I don't measure things. Okay. I know what gives what effect. You understand? I know what I need to put to get certain results. And this has come out of experience, out of testing. Secondly, the data you give me is totally nonsense to me. It's irrelevant with what I understand. The position and the field and the strength of the magnetic field of electron is not there to keep electron, is to keep the proton magnetic field intact. It's not as what you call it, 0.3 Tesla will keep the electron with its spinning power, whatever. These are totally meaningless because what's the measurement of the positron? What happens to the Tesla measurement when an electron changes its direction of motion from clockwise to anti-clockwise? Why does it do it? These theoretical stories are irrelevant. I'm an engineer. I understand the essence of creation. Well, you measure something, it says 0.3. At what distance from what proton did you measure the energy of the proton? Did you measure the magnetic field of the proton? This is what goes back to, the reason I tell you this is not just trying to just give you something or just to talk. When I did a test in Tehran, I'll never forget the doctor who came into the lab. He said, Mehran, you did what you wanted to do from the beginning. I created 2 double-core reactors running next to each other to understand the operation of a star and a planet. And every time we created a condition, we saw the planet just literally shooting up in direction. Change the planet into an electron and a proton. I could move it distance, back, change it, and find different position. Or change the rotation of the inner core of one to another. The people who come to the institute, they will see this reactor. They will see the first double core inner core built in Tehran. We show it because you have to understand it. And then you put that in operation. The team, the Keshe Foundation team here in Italy, they have seen, I have shown them the star formation. The reactor sitting on the floor, literally in a bunch, to go for the test, to be added to the whole structure now that we achieve what we wanted to achieve. These are not something I dream or whatever. So if you tell me the spin of the electron is measured at 0.3, at what distance from the proton, what was the proton strength? Because all the protons don't have the same strength.
Okay.
All electrons don't have the same strength. And then if you read in the book, read in the paper, in the same thing about the spinning, direction of the spinning of Venus, then you understand why it's rotating in a different direction. It's nothing to do with this rubbish theory that it got hit by a meteorite or asteroid or whatever, and it changes direction of motion. This is the most nonsense thing in the whole of physics or plasma, if you understand it. The only reason, no. It's the same. No. It's the same planet. It's the same planet. When it was, let's say, 1 million kilometers further out, it was rotating the same as the rest of the planets in this solar system. Because of its gravitational magnetic field and its strength in respect to the star, it has changed its rotation. Now, what is the strength of this? Has it changed? This electron is different than other electrons, or you call it planets. The position of Venus, Earth, or Saturn You call it an electron in atomic physics, ring 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6. And you put different number of electrons on each ring, on each orbit. But you cannot measure, it's the same entity. It's the same entity. This measurement to me is meaningless, and this is becoming more and more meaningless the more we do research. People keep on asking me, can you give us a measurement? I'm not a theoretical. And secondly, this has no meaning to me, because an electron itself does a different size and energy depending where it sits within the same bandwidth.
Yeah, I understand. I was having in my mind a Stern-Gerlach experiment in which they were showing that the spin are one way or the other way. So same, how to say, flux of electron could or may have different spin rotation.
Yeah, I have a huge problem. This is, people who come to the Institute understand, this is one of the biggest weaknesses in my work, but on the other hand, it's one of my biggest strengths, is I do not work with measurements. If you want to measure the flux in the, even if you listen to a few minutes ago when I was talking about the flux flow with the machine we have, with the detector, I don't go to see this measure. I just go with that bandwidth. What does it do? That gives me a guideline. If I change the parameter slightly, it's bigger difference. This is what we were talking in our development meeting recently. We see peaks. We want to get these peaks to become a steady line. So if we could do that, we could measure everything, we make a steady line. By experimenting, we're finding out where it is. Maybe a new group of people who join us will become the theoretical physicists and chemists will make these things. But the way from the point I do my work, God never took a scale to make things. Things are made according to the condition in the environment they're in. So plasma of electron to me, I don't measure its strength, I don't measure its source. Where are you measuring? How much you are measuring? What equipment you're measuring? The same. The repetitive data, okay, is good because you want to do some work with it. But to me as an engineer, this is one of my biggest problems. I don't measure things. I create condition. People who are in the lab, they see me. I say, okay, I want 500 revolution on the outer core. I don't care how much energy is used to create that 500 revolution. One day is 3 amps and 10 volts, and one day is 1 amp and 2 volts. But it gives me the same because of the environmental condition. The 500 rotation is important, not what power I put in, what I get out. Because when you come here, when you work with me, you'll see it. I only look into conditions. I don't work into measurements. Maybe it has to be done that way.
This is, I think, personally, I did understand that. And this is the reason I was putting the question, because you stated several times that you could create two magnetic fields with the strength difference of one electron at different strength levels. So this is why I asked you the question. So in order to be able to create the strength levels, you should, at least in theoretical, know what is that difference. But if you are stating that you do it in reverse, this makes sense.
No, it's just the way, this is the problem. That's why we are called engineers, and we call theoretical physicists. As engineers, or the way I've been brought up in my thinking, I look at how effects are created. I don't want to measure how I can create it, because now I create a 500 revolution, and then one of, let's say, one of the valves or one of the sealant today, because of the temperature, behaves different. Oh, I put 3 volts and 2 amps and I don't get there. Yesterday I could get. But I look for 500 revolution. Doesn't matter what the temperature is, what the atmospheric pressure is, if one of the seals is too tight or too loose today. So I create this. This is the biggest problem. This is, I know, has been, and I've had discussions so many times. I do not sit down and measure and look at the texture or whatever. Doesn't matter what you give me. You give me a sealant of this factory today, you give me a motor from factory somewhere else because it's burnt out. I don't go and say, oh, it was 2 volts and 6 amps and 6 volts and 2 amps, and I got that. I create that 500 revolution.
So if I understand correctly, the magnetic field, I mean the gravitational magnetic field is dictated by the material you are introduced into the core, in this case the hydrogen atom, number of them, and probably the whatever nanomaterial you coat the inner core, so that will dictate the RPM you are looking for and you are going to stay there.
Yes.
This
is how to run the test. This is how I do the test. I don't go for highs. Actually, what happened, I was in the lab last week, and I came to the lab because I set core number 3 to be around a few hundred revolution, just because I was testing the first core and the second core speed. And I came back after a few hours, and the outer core was rotating a speed I couldn't even imagine it could run. He was going crazy. And I thought, how this thing has come about. I checked, and the vacuum test, I had no vacuum. We had a huge floor. And then I saw like a gold dust on part of the frame. I thought, where has this dust come from? It's so fine. And what it was, Gerd can tell you, this rotating valves, which we buy for high speed 1,500, has gone so fast, it was going at such a higher speed because of the condition created, that the outer ball literally has drilled itself out of the valve. Never seen this here. You can see, people can see when they come. Literally, pieces come off because the condition created in the reactor has gone beyond control.
Right, and the last question will be this. Supposingly that one will coat the inner of the reactor with copper oxide, for example, to be an isolator. And after that, we'll deposit like a coating of graphene, which, as you explained, the medical workshop is going to, how to say, guide the electrons to their structure. That will be good enough to, how to say, how we are saying, to open the plasma, or it's much more involving? That could be the electron absorber, to speak so, the graphene.
The electrons get absorbed by your matter. The electrons, all your loose electrons, will get absorbed by the matter in the reactor. Because that's the characteristics, that's what it can pull. The opening of the plasma will be done by your condition of the material you created. This is the difference. This is where it comes. What happened? We ran a test with a professor in Keshe University who used to work with us, so we used to have a good relationship with him. And he wanted the material to test a material which I was using for another purpose. And he wanted this to be tested for the brake system of a car which they were trying to develop in Keshe University. And I went to see him one day and says, Mehran, there's a problem here, huh? We wanted the material to be smoother, but your material creates more friction. It's opposite to what they were expecting. And then I explained to him, he's an electronic man, I was explaining to him the properties of different nanomaterials. That's about 6 years ago. I was explaining to him that what you asked, we gave you was for superconductivity, and now you run a test for it for like your brakes. You will see a more resistance because nanomaterials are gaps and holes that are mesh. So you go smooth, you drop in a fall in a ditch, and you have to go get out of the ditch into the next ditch. So the friction is much higher. The nanomaterial structure, this is the total misunderstanding by the people who trying to do these things. Nano layers are not a smooth surface like a solid. These are made of gaps and holes and solid pieces. It's exactly what we call GANs. When you have spheres, you can't put the spheres corner to corner to each other. The spheres create a gap between each other. And that gap is best fitted in a six shape of 6 of them around it so they can be connected. But in the center, there is that centerpiece is a hole, what we call positive, negative in electronic systems. So when you make a dust of this, now you're going to 3 dimension, not in 2 dimension. So these gaps are physical gaps created by positioning and the strength of magnetic fields. And when you have a plasma, and you can break it in these gaps in different strength depending on how tight they are, how closer you are to the wall of your physical side, allows different strength of magnetic field of the plasma to be released. A knife, sharpening wheel, and a knife, the spark. You chip into it, you take out what you need. Listen to the whole thing, just don't listen to what you want to listen to, it suits to your ear. I keep on explaining, these are like a powder, these are like a sponge, yeah? But this sponginess has a back, it's sticking to something. So on the outer layers of the sponge, you interact more with the plasma, you take more off, higher strength. And then as you go further, you change into the more or less matter section, which is much weaker. So look at the structure, how it is. That's how you open a plasma.
Yes, thank you. I mean, the way in which you did explain it today, I mean, personally, I understand what you are saying now. I mean, it was difficult with a knife, but now it's okay. It makes sense.
No, it's just that we create a condition. This is the whole phenomena of physics. I hope I understand physics a little bit, not much, but you in chemistry you create a combination of interactions to get what you want. In physics, we create the environment and condition to create what becomes the physicality or the effect. So I create conditions. When you develop these things, when you do it, I'm sure if we come to more intelligent beings who are further than us, or they've gone further than us in their knowledge of the universe, they use a different system, which I see now how it can be done with the test in past 2 weeks. You don't control the plasma from outer edge to take what you need. You control the release from the center. That changes the whole ballgame. This, how can I say, if what I see in the test is correct and I understand it fully, this explains how you can build mono-layer or mono-single reactors controlled not by the rotation, but by the plasma strength from inside. In a way, you become the black hole. You understand how the black hole is fed. You control the feed of the black hole, then you control its leakage. And then power production is totally different ballgame. I've been looking in past week. I wasted 40 years looking in the wrong place.
Yes, thank you. I mean, that was very clear explained today. I mean, I got the picture. Thank you so much. So I will give the microphone to the other gentleman.
Yep. What is there another question?
Yes. In that same subject matter, then, if the Earth slowed down in rotation, there'd be a totally different set of parameters, and the Earth would be a different place.
Of course. This is because of our short span of life, or our lifespan is so short on this planet. We think we are where we are and we be where we are. No. It's in the book number 4. I wish I could finish this book. Where Earth is today, or where Saturn is today, this is where Earth was billions of years ago. Life and conditions in the planetary system, like this solar system, is not a fixed position. And different type of life, different type of intelligence, different type of existence, according to the position of the entity, has changed. We have this, that we've been on this orbit for billions of years. No way. The working of a planetary system in a solar system is very much like when you go to a casino and you play roulette. You spin, and you spin the center, and you spin the ball. Yeah? And you spin the ball. When you spin the ball, as it rotates, it becomes closer and closer and closer till it falls in the pit. Or the other one you see with the rings, which goes to the middle. At every space of gap from the center, different conditions for life or absorption of material is created. You want helium, you want on the outer edges, you want hydrogen to be on the outer edges, create in your reactor the condition of Saturn and Jupiter. You want to create a condition of life the way it is in your reactor on Earth, understand the position and the magnetic field strength. Earth has a different position and maintains different life in different period of its life and its existence. I'm sure when we send units to, let's say, Saturn or Mars, and we dig down into the interior of these objects, we'll find life the same as we do when we drill a hole in oil wells to get to oil. We find new viruses, microbes, and everything else. Just because what we don't see on the outer surface doesn't mean the life, different type of information carrier life doesn't exist in the interior, because now they hold their way that way. And Earth, what was few billion years ago when dinosaurs lived, has not stayed on the same orbit as when it's supporting life for man. And if you go a little closer, the condition of gravitational magnetic field will change, and this condition cannot support the GANs of human body. But it can support the GANs of another structure.
But it can support, so the intelligence is still preserved, though?
Intelligence depends what you explain intelligence. The intelligence is if a system can repeat itself. Why are we intelligent? We can make a child, huh? We can repeat it. You need a woman and a man, and you go through the process and you can create a child. Yeah? This is the information carrier within what we call the genes. But in fact, it's a miniature computer we carry on and we repeat the same thing because of the environment. So can this be repeated? Can the condition created? This is what I said in the talk with Elia last week. Intelligence and life is not exclusive of this planet or this earth if we understand the process of creation. Life, dinosaurs would not have been able to exist the way they did with the height or whatever if they were today, if they were come today. Because at that time, millions of years ago, Earth was slightly further than the sun, where it is now. That condition could support lighter fields, bigger animals. You cannot do that. It's the same Earth. Why can't we? Why elephants are the biggest thing we see? Because of the gravitational pull of the sun on Earth, which has become closer, does not allow this thing. This is what the scientists don't understand. This is what has become a hypocrisy in the world of creation. The reason billions of years ago we could support dinosaurs was because of the position of Earth, which was so much further. There wasn't such a pull on Earth from the sun. We're getting closer. In due course, if the sun does not explode and go through what they call supernova, we become back as part of the sun. We become nothing. We're just back in the same material. And then we radiate out again because we are on the top. We get blood splash like just a speck of dust on the surface of the sun. And then most probably we get a splash back into the space and we get cooled down and come back on another cycle with another planet or whatever. You've got to understand the condition. The condition for life of dinosaurs was because Earth was so much away from the sun. The Earth is getting pulled. It's part of the process. The biggest gravitational field is in the center. It's a ball in the roulette table. You have to spin in, and then you come to the center. So we were created. Earth, billions of years ago, was the position of Saturn and Jupiter. As it's come closer, it loses, so conditions created for life. Is the planet behind us, which is coming in, will show the same kind of life as us, as human beings, as dinosaurs? I don't think so, because that has a different composition. We'll carry life maybe a few kilometers or a few thousands or millions of kilometers closer to the sun, or somewhere now the process has already started. This is us human thinking that everything is fixed because then it fits into our glorified version of we are here forever and we have souls and reincarnation.
So when
you are reincarnated, yes, as a dust back into the sun and out again.
When they say that Mars, I've heard on alternative news that Mars could have been inhabited, it's just actually not that it could have been inhabited the way that we see it, but that the process.
It was inhabited. It was a habited planet, but not the way we look for 2 legs and 2 arms. It's still habited. There is no doubt. There is no doubt. There is no way I have any doubt in my mind or my understanding as a physicist, as what I understand about the plasma, that is, there is no life in Mars or in Venus. Even in their temperature, even in their condition, they are supporting one way or another intelligence, life. It depends how we would like to call life, what we like to call there is even life, what we call existence, in the outer edges of the solar system. And I said in my talk last week, there's enough life in the center of the star. But according to the environment, the condition which is created in that area to support, this is one of the biggest hypocrisy with the nuclear physicists, with this fusion technology. that we try to fuse to hydrogen to get helium and we release a massive amount of energy. My dearest physicist, you're as far wrong as you call yourself God, and you call this Earth the center of the universe. Helium is a byproduct of the magnetic field cooling in the center. It's not, and it's actually the controller of the fusion. I've written in my books, it's written, it's well documented. So in that environment, different fields of not in the matter level, but in the what you call principal matter or principal energy or transition energy, create a condition that they support repetitive organization, what you call life. In million years from now, where the Earth is moving closer as it's losing its part of its energy and is getting pulled by the bigger objects, which is the Earth, this is the Sun. If humans are here, there won't be this height and shape and these features because the condition doesn't allow it. That's why we have evolution. We adapt to the environment and the condition which the environment is creating for us. We only like to stick to one word and don't look at the whole spectrum. We got to look at the whole spectrum because now we are joining and moving out of this planet and we have to understand the full spectrum. Otherwise, we are back into one position. We only look for humans to call intelligent. No, we look for a spectrum of repetitivity of controlled operation. So that's like, how does it do it? How does it communicate? Can we communicate to learn something from it? All the aliens are not one eye and green in color and two hands and they think and they absorb you. Life, there is no way, if we could find the gene of dinosaurs and we could repeat it, we'll ever come to the dinosaurs, the height and the size of whatever million years ago they used to live. Because the Earth was so far away from the sun that it could support big animals because of the gravitational magnetic field, which was the pressure on it. Very simple. Very, very simple.
Yes, thank you.
You tried to grow a balloon in a pressure cooker. As you increase the pressure, the balloon cannot expand as much as it was when the pressure was lower. The same thing happening to us on this planet. As we're getting closer to the magnetic gravitational field of the sun, big animals, huge animals cannot be supported because the pressure cooker from outside is creating its own pressure. So maybe in a million years, we'll all be midgets, even though we see people getting taller. But the environmental condition will not allow that to happen because of the pressures. Next question.
Mr. Keshe, can I come back on the reactor? From what I understand, double core system is better than a single core system, easier to use to make a magnetic field for the plasma.
In a way, yes. In a way, no. Because it's a catch-22. It depends which one you want to use. What I've done, I have a pleasure.
Let me try to explain it. It's
I
because of the displacements of the magnetic field of the atoms.
Yes, let me explain to you exactly what you're trying to tell me in a different way. I have a pleasure, I have a freedom of having 3 cores. So what I can do, I can run a middle core without the rotation of the center core without the rotation of the middle, or without the rotation of the outer core. So I change the single, I can change to a single core, central core, or multi-layer core. That's why we built this new reactor. Yes, it's a huge difference. It's a huge difference. This is what I was explaining to our guys in the design, which they start producing the new reactor for energy. Look at the option of extracting or allowing energy of the plasma in different radius to be extracted. We can literally like an antenna. We can go in different depth for different energies while we can keep a constant rotation. We can't keep on increasing the reactor. Somebody in the house cannot go and change the speed. That's why I said we stick to 500 revolution per minute, which is safe. Then we create a condition how the plasma, where the energy is. So now we go back into that central column position where we're extracting the energy. This comes back from years of development with different reactors, so there are ways of doing it, we see. So is it better to work with a single core? My single core is my central core and the inner core, because I can treat it that way. Or I can stop the center core and just rotate the inner core with gases on both sides. We've seen the results. When you create vacuum in the inner core, and then you put hydrogen in the outer core, you get a totally different flux flow and energy rotation on the center core. And then we do the reverse. We run the outer core totally vacuum, and we run the inner core with different amount of hydrogen, and we see totally different results. And you can see it on the flux, how much is penetrating out. In some tests, we see more magnetic field flux on the z-axis when we just run the center core and total vacuum in the outer core. So the field jump across the center core is 6 centimeters roughly. The outer core is about 19 centimeters. But we see, and our detector sits literally about 3-4 centimeters away from the core, and we see the changes in the magnetic field flow in the x-axis directly. There are some flaws in our design, in our reactors. I see it, I've seen it, but now...
Not that matters with our reactor.
No, but that affects the energy extraction. It's something you got to look at the problems. We're looking. I was asking. We're looking at the possibility of creating a rotation and let it be free float rotation of the inner core in the system.
Can the same effects be worked with two separate single cores beside each other?
Yes, I've done that. I just explained earlier. I've done that in Tehran. And we're going to repeat it again here with 4 reactors. We have a 7 combination reactor. We run it. That's why we added new motors, so when each power supplies into the system.
Is it simpler to control it when there's just single cores, multiple single cores?
Yes.
Okay.
I think you see, I have the pleasure of building different cores over years. So when I want to test this multi-core, what you're asking, yeah, all our cores have the opportunity to be multiple and single.
Okay.
So we can test. This is the pleasure of you lot coming here in the next few weeks. You come with the idea, the lab is yours, you got to do it and see if it does. You have the total freedom to these questions you put to me, you ask your guys who are here, can you test this? Can you give us the result for that? They'll do it for you. This is the beauty of this coming out of my hand. I need the rest. I want to go for a holiday. You lot got to sort it out between each other. I just give you the ground and the knowledge. You want to understand if a single core or multi-single cores work. There are 14, 15 reactors here in the lab. You test it, you put the knowledge together, you consult. I've seen the way it's beautiful, the way you lot talk to each other on the Skype. I read a lot of communications. I never interfere because you have to develop your ways of thinking. But I read most of the things you write to each other on the Skype, on these chat lines. And it's nice to see some of you, how you're developing it in the correct way. But this is how you've got to learn and bring other scientists in your countries to work with the guys here from now. This is a good question. How does it work? Okay, it takes us a week to set up. We'll set it up, we'll let you know. The camera which is in the lab now is going to be connected to the internet. You live can see whatever happening there. If somebody here in Europe goes to sleep and they can't see what is happening while they're asleep, and you need to keep an eye, the Canadian guys take over and the people in Asia take over. 3-4 hours, you all work. This is going to be a collective work, and from now on, don't ask questions you want it. It's the system are here. Your guys will do it for you, with you.
Mr. Keshe, do you think we might be able to get some video during the next workshop or the one after that, perhaps, from the lab, from your arrangement there?
I said my lab, my private lab, says my private lab. We are creating an area of about 150 to 100 square meter. I think it'll be more or less, for the new guys to set up their own labs. That's what I told the other guys who said, oh, we are bringing our vacuum, we are bringing our reactors. You bring everything. You set your own. I'll give you the table. You want something somewhere, we make it. This is what happened to me in Tehran. When I went to Tehran, the people who were controlling my condition, they took me to empty labs. Since you tell us what you need, we put in there for you. And it took them 2-3 days to create a lab out of a shell. Yeah? So, and then I had the freedom to do. The only condition I asked the people who come here, like me, put everything on the table that the next guy, if you're not here, knows what to do. Don't create. There'll be no drawers and shelves here. If you expect to come somewhere, you have a little drawer, you can hide things. This is not the way the Keshe Foundation works. Everything is open on the table. A lot of people will have a culture shock when they come to work with me. This is how I run my business for 30, 40 years. My secretaries over years around the world, they tell you, my tables never had drawers. A piece of blank table with 4 legs. I leave, I'm not here for 6 weeks. Everything which is done is open to everybody that can run the business. I've done this for years and I'll carry on the same. And I've done the same with the Iranians when I was in Tehran. That's why they know how open I am. I'm very open in my work. You come here, don't expect drawers and offices. You get a table and a chair. That's your total space you're going to get. The rest is openness on the table. This is what I think. This is what it is. And you go to the lab, you test, you leave your results with other guys. Go, oh, you did something. What about doing this? So we open the knowledge in a totally different way. You get your own lab space, not mine. My lab space is mine because I do, and my lab is set. They will see it, but they won't be able to use it in so many ways. I've set my lab in a very simple way. There are 4 different zones in the lab. As you walk in, you have the material section. Then you have what I call the health section next to it. Then you have the research on the energy, and then you have on the space. And you literally walk within 20, 30 meters from one to another. 10 of it, 20 meters. This is how the creation is. You don't understand in the space, you go into the matter and you understand where you missed in the matter. And I do these things. Everything is on the table. You put on the table, and people who've been the Keshe Foundation team now, they've seen how I work. Everything is in the plastic boxes, transparent. I never need to open boxes to see what is there, what have I left where. Everything is transparent. You work the same way. You build your own lab. We have made the area that people have told you, people who come to us. You build your own lab. I'll give you the area. You want my bits from my lab? It's there. You want new pieces? We put it there. That's why the knowledge will be open. They want to put a camera in there that you have to watch, you do it. Because what I see is different, and how I research is years and years ahead of other people. So if I open my lab, I have to stop everything and go backwards. And I don't have time for that. It looks very simple, but it's been set by experience over the years. So the lab you set is the way you understand it. I set the lab because I got a problem. I go into the matter. I know this is where I find my things to do with matter. Then you have cameras. It's got to be. That's how it's going to be. The people who've been with us, the Italian group, they have seen how simple I work. The beauty of it is the simplicity of it and transparency of it. We have cupboards for certain reasons of demagnification, that we keep everything correct from our magnetic point of view. But on the other hand, we introduce them for a specific reason, hanging around the place. So you come in, you will have a video of everything you can see. We're even trying to speak. We have a huge problem with the security on the internet at the moment. And that is all the talk sessions, more or less, when we're sitting and discuss, should be recorded. Because there are things discussed or learned that you can never remember to pass on, or somebody understands a different way. So we try to run a more or less a live session while we even run the thing. It can be done. But this all depends on our security, which is coming from Tehran. How the boys there and in Europe will decide to do it.
Hi, Mr. Keshe, Ludmila is here.
Good morning.
Good morning. First of all, Merry Christmas. I have a couple of statements, declare and question. For sure, I will have a hidden door there to hide my chocolates to learn my diabetes. That's out of the question.
I have a chocolate detector. I call it my wife. She's a Belgian. So the chocolate addict, you hide it to be found. There is no problem.
Okay.
Just being enough that it can be shared.
Yeah, okay. That can be arranged. I got another thing. I think it's not that difficult if you share with us creating the gas. Because once we get used to it, in 2-3 weeks after, you won't believe what kind of stuff you are going to get from us. I can bet I can make it with sausages. So it's the easiest way.
It can be done with everything. That's correct. You got to, I think there's a misunderstanding, and I keep on going. We are not holding back because we are learning things ourselves. And the second thing is my biggest, and I will bring it to the people who come here, don't spoon feed. We don't become a center just to put things out. Then there'll be no development further on. There's a lot of misunderstanding in the way I work. But on the other hand, if I would have gone and given you the system, this is the energy system, there'll be no expansion on the knowledge. And I think we are coming to that point. A lot of people are sitting, when he puts the first power generator, we're going to open it up. We know what it's done. We are building parameters around it that if you open it, you won't find anything. This is the first thing I put table in design last time with the people who are making the power generators pre-unit. I said the first thing you work on, that there is no way if they cut into it, they can find out how it works. Do you know why? Because if you try to cut in and create a radioactive material in different condition, then you give every reason to anybody to start all sorts of things with us. So when you get a reactor, and I know how to do it, because now I expanded the knowledge, you will not find anything. You just find the two spheres like the way you have it in your reactor at home.
My idea was something else in terms of once we get it working, the modifications and the changes are going to come way easier because we know what we are doing. Like that, trying to get it in the dark won't be easy.
At the moment, the knowledge I carry according to the people in the nanotechnology, we are 40, 50 years ahead. And this knowledge to be deciphered in a correct way, I don't think it'll be done overnight. It won't be that once you understand it, you can make it, but if you don't understand it, you cannot use it. And I'm sure you will be able to make a guns out of dead body of animals to energize the system. No doubt about it. But you got to understand the process, how you do it. And I keep on saying, go back into the nature, go back into the world, universe condition, understand the condition, then you don't need it. You don't need to come and understand it in 3 weeks later to come out. So you become photocopying machine. You don't add anything to the knowledge. Then you go and look to replicate the same thing in the same place in a different material. That doesn't add to the knowledge. It's got to add knowledge how this thing is done and how we can change it to go a step further. This is the problem at the moment with Fukushima. The people are stuck in with what they have, and they don't see they have the whole solution sitting in their own plant. There is enough material in Fukushima to stop the whole radiation leak.
Yes, Mr. Keshe, but there is a problem. The gentleman here in this group, I think...
And I was going to ask a question. What are the pros and cons regarding the butterfly reactor? Because looks like you somehow avoid it, but I'm a
What
fan.
reactor?
The butterfly reactor with a spinning propeller inside.
Who told you that?
Well, that's what I feel. You always try and use mostly a sphere, but with the spheres, the insulation and everything else is way more difficult than the butterfly one. And is way simpler to make.
He's referring to half sphere.
It's a propeller inside which is spinning the gases instead of spinning the entire core.
That you can do. That you can do. What you call the fan system, I call it. You call it the butterfly. You want to create a fan to do the plasma, but your fan has to be what you call it, a mixing but not disturbing fan. This. If you create a butterfly, we tried what we call a butterfly. Doesn't work. It does not work. It does not work because it brings like a wind, like a flow, and this is the last thing you need in your vacuum condition. I've tried this, what you call butterfly, and I don't see any way it works. Maybe it does. We will see soon.
Okay,
you need a mixing. You need a mixing, but you don't do it with butterfly because we do it now. I've developed it. I developed it for the new reactor. The new reactor has that property of mixing, but in the universe you don't find a fan. You find a structural shape. You shape your reactor.
What about half of sphere?
It's the same.
It's same.
It's the same.
Isn't that in connection with the shape of the propeller?
No, you're going back to physicality. Because I explained this propeller's shape with one of the Keshe Foundation guys who came, I think, from Eastern Bloc. I said the way you built it, your only option is external or internal side propeller or fan. But internally, I don't see you need that to create. Otherwise, the powder shape of this structure of this material gives you that property, but in a like a surface tension. So in the design of the new reactor, I have made provision for bypassing the surface tension fields or of the material, what we call it, propeller. It's an easy way to do it, and we see it works.
But here a quick question, Mr. Keshe. That white powder, how to say, floats inside the core, or you fuse it on the inner
It fuses
wall?
itself. It fuses. The way we build the duct sticks itself. We don't do anything with it.
Oh, you just insert it into the core, right?
No, it just builds itself up. It's a different word. It builds itself up in the core, on the surface. I've tried different ways of doing it. It's taken me maybe 10 years. And I don't think I've got the right combination even today, because it's very, very hard to create a homogeneous layer throughout the core.
So if I understand correctly, you first vacuum the core, you purge it with hydrogen?
No. I do it in an open atmosphere.
Oh, okay, got you.
No. I do it in an open atmosphere because it has to start.
Talking about that, it just kind of reminds me of what I've been running an experiment for a little while now, and since the summer, and I used baking soda in water, and I just was doing some electrolysis, but then I left it, and it evaporated, and it started to grow what you've been describing on the walls of my glass container. Would there be anything that I could do to verify that, like if it is a nanostructure, just like you said, put in battery acid of a car? Alcohol.
What have you done with baking powder?
I did it with baking powder. I was using electrolysis on it. Then I just left it sit, and of course it separated out on the bottom, but it also grew this layering aspect on the sides of the walls of the
you see, the material I produce is from the matter itself. Is not something external. What you're talking about, we see with the creation of new structure for life. That's a matter. I don't think that'll be GANs, or if it is, not my understanding. We have a structure here. When you lot come, you will see I'm creating a condition for new life. To say that life is conditioned, you create. So what you're talking about is like if you leave a battery running and then you get all these residual on the poles, if it's left, what you call like sediments. No, that's not the way I create the matter is from the matter itself. It's what happens is that, for example, when you use a copper, the layer of a copper comes to the top. You don't add something from the environment. It's changing, keeping the same structure. The layers come to the front and they become part of the structure. It needs a specific, it's a very soft, gentle way to do it. And your material, which is grown on the wall of the glass, is not from the glass. This is what I said a few minutes ago. I think the only person who's going to have a problem is the guy with the ceramic core. But what you're growing is no. We see that with I think, to my understanding, we see
that wouldn't be from the walls of the glass. That would be the evaporation of the sodium bicarbonate and layering of the glass.
Yeah, no. The way I make my material is the material itself, which converts. We make this. Go back on the on the internet, on the archives of the foundation. You see, we show with the diamond detector even a gold getting insulation because it's its own material. You cannot coat it gold the way. And I saw someone saying, "Oh, this is oxidization, blah blah." You want oxidized gold for me, darling? That was you're talking about the same thing. This is allowing the outer layer of any material, silver or gold, to behave like a nanostructure.
Like a superconductor.
Yeah, they all become. You create the environment and the condition, and the condition is created so easily. It's amazing how easy it is.
When you say the condition to create a condition, can you define that? One condition.
And one condition is in the nature. Yeah. Go into the new videos we see in the deep oceans where they find amibs and they find life next to the sulfur springs, like volcanic springs in the deep seas.
Okay.
That area, that mixture of the matter and the sulfur or phosphor creates a condition for that entity to be created and support itself to feed off it. Why has it happened? Why it's come to be there, that's life, kind of life support, is because if it's not created, the condition wasn't there, most probably the spring will shut itself off because it cannot support it, it will lock off. So these amibs or these animals around it do the cleanup. They absorb the energy that the new energy can come in. There are places in part of the world that during the day we don't see anything. And during the night people see like shimmers, and actually the heat comes up to about 650 degrees on the surface. It's like flames coming out. But during the day there is nothing that you can see. And it's actually a flame. When they picture the video, it is a blue flame. So, and we don't see any life, but actually there's a life lives on this zone during the day, and it can stay up with the high heat at night, back alive again the next day. So you create, the creation has accepted multi-conditions. So it's not difficult to understand why and how. You create, you've got to see what is in that environment, and can you replicate near enough to that environment. It's the same with the CO2 absorption. I don't do anything. How I convert the CO2 from gas to matter of CO2 as a liquid, I create a mini environment.
It's in the reactor or outside the reactor?
In the reactor. The thing is, we build the walls outside and then we connect it to the cores. Then we make a core out of it. You understand? We don't make the system and then add something into it and create a condition. I think it has to be done at the end of the day. Maybe it's the way to be done, but then you have a different properties. This is one of the other problems we have. Because of this material, the way it's created, it's very hard to create conductivity between two hemispheres of the same core when you interlock it. Because after a while, this material continues to grow. How it does it, up to today, I haven't found out yet. Yeah, we can scratch it out.
Material in the core.
No, the material we use for the core, yeah, I can scratch it off, I can literally sandpaper it off, back to copper, and leave it. Come back 2 days later, it's grown again like a mushroom. The process of the condition of conversion, you start in the copper or in the zinc, or I've done it with aluminium. Yeah? You create a condition and it carries on, it just keeps on growing, keeps on, the matter itself converts. Yeah? There is nothing there, I can put it in the water, I wash it, I put it in alcohol, I put it away and rub it off, And then you come a few days later, in some materials, you see them growing back again. There was nothing there to grow. So what it means, the other pieces around, other environments around creates that condition to follow.
Sure.
We build, we make, I make the structures of the walls outside days, weeks before. People who work with us, you see, we work always with gloves, no touch, and we hold these reactors totally very much remote. That we don't touch, we don't damage the structure. It has happened before, we damage the structure and we see totally different property from it. Because it's like you're crushing it and you can't build it back up again, you can't get rid of it, you can't blow it. So it gives you different things, the different magnetic fields in different part of the reactor. And I opened a very strange thing talking about this environment. I told you that the valve was broken, it just came off, separated. When I opened to change the valve from the core, I saw the process still happening in the valve now. So the process, even the reactor has been built and processed nearly 6 months ago, 8 months ago. The process has transferred into the valve system, which has never been processed. So it's allowing it's in there. I see. I was surprised seeing it because I thought the system has been there. Also, okay, stop. We understand when we use them, as you know, micro threads. Even with a micro thread, we cannot create a continuous flow between two half of the hemisphere because they create insulation between themselves.
Okay, so now follows the nasty question. The email which Vince sent you, we were discussing, you create the conditions with the elements which are with similar magraphs. Is that correct? And
repeat yourself.
If you want to create the conditions to create, let's say, GANs, you use materials which have a similar magraphs.
No. Oops. No. 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 This is exactly no, because this is one of the beauties with the material for Fukushima we are offering for the Japanese. This is what I keep on telling you. Understand the structure, understand the principle, then you don't need to. I always tell my children, if you understand, you don't need to remember. The situation with look at the amino acid. You got the oxygen, you got nitrogen, you got the carbon, and you got the hydrogen. If you read my papers, I explain always that oxygen is the center, is the gravitational field holding the whole thing together. Yeah? Now, change the oxygen to cesium. You understand? Now you make a protein which instead of nitrogen is part of the amino acid, cesium is part of the amino acid. Now you have an entity you can extract. Do you understand?
I'm trying to.
Then you understand what is the function of other materials needed to make cesium to be the star. Change the cesium with plutonium, change the system with uranium. It doesn't make any difference. This is what I keep on saying, understand, create environment. You create the environment, you make a protein, cesium is the star. You can't reach cesium, but because making the star and it creates different planets, it becomes tangible because you can see the others and then you can extract the cesium. And at the same time, because it is that new protein of cesium, I call it, then you bury it in the ground, it stays as a protein because it's a nano, it's a cancer state. It will not change because the environment under the ground will not affect its pressure or its temperature, will not affect its condition. It stays as a cancer state as a cesium.
But Mr. Keshe, if I may bring something to your attention, none of this, we are not familiar with this kind of nuclear reaction. So what is in our reach of
this is
knowledge?
what we start teaching. This is what the teaching is coming in. That's why we go for the institute.
We have, if I may make a synthesis of what people did understand, we have a sphere, we introduce material, in this case hydrogen or other gases. The content of the count, as you are saying, of the inner sphere does dictate the magnetic field that will be generated by the sphere, and we are spinning that one and we are getting some, as you said, some interaction. So now, in order to start the device, people have to understand, as you said, how you create a condition to open the plasma.
To create the condition, you got, in the case of the reactor, you got to create the new materials.
Right, so it's my understanding, and the other gentleman can confirm that really we don't get the point. I mean, how you physically do create it.
This is what we are expanding knowledge. This is at the moment what I do. In so many ways, it goes back to the spoon feeding. But what I want to do is I want to put as many different kind of flavors on the spoon.
If I may tell you something, I am dealing with what you are calling cold plasma. So I'm familiar with splitting oxygen and making ozone and all this kind of, things within the reach of the regular person, technologists. But from here and to, for example, go to other things that people are doing with plasma, mainstream plasma, it's a long experience, which probably
you don't need to. You don't need to. This is the beauty of you don't need to. This, as I told you, I have a dilemma to spoon feed you or to give you the whole thing and just copy. But the structures would not be understood. Or we open the way, this is the way we do it, let some people in some universities, some educated people, be able to analyze it and develop it, and then it becomes classified. Because even as I said today, I'm going to develop a new material. I'm going to create a new condition.
I wouldn't say spoon feed, because if you take a person who is an electronic engineer and he's designing electric motors, it will be quite very difficult for him to understand how, for example, you use the enamel to cover the copper wires, the chemicals. Very unlikely that he will understand.
It will be very likely. It will be very likely. It will be very likely. Let me, what we are trying to do, as I go back, is wearing two different suits. We try to explain what we discovered, what we are doing. At the same time, we are a student ourselves learning of a new development.
Yes, as conceptual, I think the people do understand what you're explaining as a philosophical.
No, I have a physical material I work with. Yeah, I have physical things I work with, but it's come from the collection of different experiments and knowledges in the past years. I explain to you something very simple. When I used to work for British Nuclear Fuel, one of the first things they give you if you're a young fresh meat, they call it, they try to give you the impossible things to see how long you're going to spend your life on it to do things which they couldn't do to show nobody else can do. So in that time, gas-cooled reactors, they had panels inside the reactor, and these panels are huge steel panels, used to fall off the wall. They weigh heavy, they weigh hundreds of kilos. Or the nuts and bolts used to go loose, they had to. So I walked in trying to make it, to make it as a fresh meat, to show nobody else can do anything. They gave me this job that these panels in these walls of the power stations, they have this problem with in the gas core reactors in mainland. So everybody in a hall, which we used to work in a cow shed, there were 99, I think I was the only nuclear physicist or trained nuclear engineer in that group. We're all thermodynamics and everything else. It took me 2-3 days to find out that actually the radiation from the reactor is dislocating the crystal structure of the steel in the bolts. And this was a problem for British nuclear fuel for years. Loosening of this bolts becoming soft. So it didn't take me long to understand how to isolate it and how to create a layer for it that the radiation doesn't get to the bolt. And when I put a proposal to my boss, I looked like a genius, but I wasn't a genius. I just looked at it as a nuclear physicist. All the electrical, mechanical, all the metallurgists who were there, they could understand the whole structure for years. It's just looking at it the way it is. This is how I've done all my life. I look at what condition leads to what condition, not forcing the condition, trying to create the environment. This is what I still do. I create environments. I create conditions to lead to environment. And this is what I've got to teach, and this is what I've got to communicate across to the people here that I just said about the animals in the deep sea by the volcanic eruptions inside the little planets we see, how life exists. You have to look what you're looking to for. How can, and very simple, very, very simple.
I think that the concept was understood.
No, cut your own skin. Cut your own skin. Cut your own skin and let you bleed. And then you see how that blood has two colors, the white, transparentish, and the red blood, if it stays there long enough. And then explain to me how the white and red cannot mix. One is lymph and one is your blood. And they are both in atmospheric condition. It's got nothing to do with the chemistry, by the way. It's to do with the same gans. They're in the gaseous state, which are just coming in touch with each other. How come your skin behaves different on one side of the vein than the other? One side absorbs lymph to nourish itself, on the other side it contains lymph in a different strength, call it blood. This is what I try to understand. This is what I even discuss with our design people. Can we make an inner core thin enough to just create a separation, or can we create a magnetic separation the way it's done in the solar systems, in the stars? You say you use what do you call it? Carbon. What do you call it? Baking powder. Yeah? You use baking powder. Take this a step further. Take this step further. What condition does baking powder create? This is what I do. I sit and look at what conditions salt creates. One of the ways I was looking at Fukushima was to mix this material with salt, with natural salt, and see if we can do it that way. But if you do salt, then the agricultural land with the salt is finished. You cannot do anything. It's like putting a seawater in. I looked at it, I said, okay, we know cesium will attach itself to Cl. We know that for a fact. Cesium will attach itself to it. But then you have a sodium, and then I looked at the condition of adding potassium. Then you create a different disaster. I'm like you. I look at the most natural materials but look at it from the gas and the matter and see what it does. It is very easy to extract cesium from their farming lands by adding natural salt. But then you don't have a farming land, you're finished. I'm like you, I look at what condition it creates. You test the baking powder, test something else. I've seen a lot of things on the internet about the Coca-Cola bottle. People use this, that. Expand the knowledge and observe. How many of you have gone back to the Coca-Cola bottles which you made as a first experiment and looked at the cap, the thread end? How many of you have looked at the center point at the bottom of the Coca-Cola bottle, where the bottom comes together and it goes upwards? Yeah? How many of you have looked at that structure in that bottom? How many of you have looked at the structure on the thread? You were only interested to look if there is an energy in there, but you never stood still to understand what environment you created. That if you ever try to unscrew the cap, you find there is hardly any thread left. Why not the rest of the bottle making a hole in themselves and only the thread end going? How many of you have run the Coca-Cola bottle test? Can I ask?
I have.
So, Mr. Keshe, if I may say
I have
something.
to.
Just a
And
second.
we had that with the top of the bottle as well.
Pardon?
He did, and he had that done with the top of the bottle as well. It becomes soft.
Become what?
Soft?
No, it disappears totally. You have nothing.
Okay, but
Yeah, the trend is
went
gone.
soft.
Yeah, the thread, everything disappears. The only piece which attaches is the last thread which holds the neck to the cap. I've shown this in a lot of experiments. People don't understand. That condition created where the thread disappeared, yeah?
Yeah.
This is the nightmare of the American defense technology. This is the biggest thing they are trying to obstruct the Keshe Foundation for.
Mr. Keshe, just a very quick
No,
because
stop.
you had a question regarding the composition of KT liquid, so people could replicate your experiment. So you just hinted that it's taking you a lot of time to create the KT liquid, and people just believe that there's potassium hydroxide. It never was confirmed by you.
No. The Belgium Nuclear Center, Research Center, asked me for 3 different liquids. I gave them liquid of blood, the planet, and the universe.
Right, I was speaking about
And
the people.
all three. I don't answer. Oh, I don't answer because I do different things. Huh? This is part of my instinct childhood. Let me go back. This Coca-Cola bottle on the top, where the thread disappeared, literally disappeared. They're not there. If you ask Dirk has taken a lot of pictures of it. He's got it in his file. You can ask him to show you. This is the nightmare. It's the biggest nightmare, one of the biggest nightmares of the Keshe Foundation and American defense technology. Do you know why? What is the bottle made of? Carbon and hydrogen. And in a very simple way, we have managed to create atomic hydrogen from opening of this matter at this point. It doesn't happen if you go to, let's say, to Aldi if you live in Europe, or go to Maxi GB in France and buy their bottle of drink. It happens only with Coca-Cola bottle because of its composition. Because of the way the condition I create for it. So what are you going to get? You get atomic hydrogen. What is atomic hydrogen? When you can use it in the right way, you've got the hydrogen bomb. Now you understand how a simple Coca-Cola bottle has become biggest problem in the defense technology. Now you release that energy in the right way. You don't need a trigger.
Is the potassium, is the nitrogen affecting the bottle?
No, it doesn't. Have you seen, I show you open bottle which creates energy?
Yeah.
I create the condition. Well. This is the I create that condition. It doesn't need, it's totally empty, it's gone. It's gone. We have a reactor, I show you, for nearly 7-8 years now. It's still creating energy. But what it is, why did I do it? Why do I do this? Why did I use the Coca-Cola bottle? In Africa, I do not have, what do you call it, major gas bottling organizations. Yeah? But in Africa, there's plenty of Coca-Cola bottles. So the locals can allow the hydrogen in a specific, we are going to build this. You can buy this additional unit when we give the generators, where you can create your own atomic hydrogen for your system that you can make a plasma using Coca-Cola bottle. There's some voice in the background.
Armin, can you mute your mic?
Because it's PET?
What is it?
No, I've got a noise, very bad noise in my ear. Pardon, what did you say?
The bottle is PET?
All the bottles are the same. Yeah. All the bottles are the same. Yeah, the bottles are made in, originally, like 10, 12 years ago, there were only 2 factories around the world, one in Korea and one, I think, in the States, which were making all these small bottles, and then they just heat it up and it blows up. But is the composition of, then when you run your reactors, you don't need to go and buy gas bottles. You go around the road and look for the top end of the what do you call it, Coca-Cola bottles.
The powder, is it like okay.
No, it's to do with, again, the condition and the environment that this end has been produced or gets produced. And it cannot be changed. I was laughing at when I was in Tehran, because I was running tests. I asked my wife, I urgently need some Coca-Cola ends. Can you get me some? So she was going around buying Coca-Colas, going to the restaurants, getting whatever bottles they had, plastic bottles, cutting the top, crushing them, and I received 2 sacks, like a half a kilo, sent to me to Tehran. Because we could not create that condition with other things which are there. And I met a guy who has a manufacturing. He says, this is why you do it. This is the composition, the way it does this, and they immediately understood that this is what they need to create, that petroleum products are the easiest way to create atomic hydrogen. And this, again, goes back to condition. Dirk, if you ask Dirk, he's got loads of pictures of the top of the Coca-Cola bottles missing in his archive of pictures. Dirk carries hundreds of thousands of pictures of the foundation in different ways, taking pictures of everything. So he can show you the Coca-Cola bottle. I keep on saying to people, you keep on looking at the bottle, look, it doesn't make energy. I did not do the Coca-Cola bottle for energy. The Coca-Cola bottle was done primarily and only for release of hydrogen. Because it's
the organizer has ended the session, and this call will be disconnected.
See, with this Coca-Cola bottle, look at, all of you looked at the energy. It's creating energy. But the purpose of the Coca-Cola bottle was never been and never has been to collect and create energy. We show it that way because the only way you can show there's an interaction, there's a process going on. I put the Coca-Cola bottle in a specific condition that only allows the hydrogen to come to the top, and that hydrogen for me is the pure hydrogen to extract for running a reactor. If I buy hydrogen from a bottle, from a gas producer, I receive molecular hydrogen. I do. I use it in my. But when I want to do a specific test, I just put some of the Coca-Cola tops I have. My wife goes around and just collects Coca-Cola bottles for me. She can tell you. People here, they shouldn't tell you that. Because it's the easiest way to create atomic hydrogen. For atomic hydrogen to become from atomic to a molecular, to H2, it needs a condition. When you don't allow that condition to be created, all you do, you collect atomic hydrogen, you create a vacuum condition from your tank to your core. Voila. Says a lot of things, and then you get a different reaction. It's just very much like we all use flour, but we get different cakes according to how we bake it. Understand the condition. You always, I feel sometimes I tell people, they think I'm a magician. No, I understand the process. The same thing is when you look at life, how life is created. The condition was created for things to come the way they are. I never forget. I had a broken leg in a plaster the day before I left Seoul in South Korea, because I was there with Samsung people for development. I received a call from the American top guys that they want to meet before I leave the next day. So we met in Hamilton Hotel in Seoul by their instruction they wanted. They brought their experts around the table. And one of the things the guy told me, he said, you have what it costs us billions, you're doing it in a Coca-Cola bottle, and we hope you don't take the technology to Iran. And at that moment, I had never idea, I could never imagine I'll be in Tehran in less than 3 months. The American Navy, the American forces, the American scientists understood the process. Because it's taken billions and billions investment. I didn't create atomic hydrogen for atomic hydrogen bomb. I created hydrogen atomic for my reactors for easiness of production of energy. I created a condition for it. And this is the outcome. But you people don't understand, and it cannot be done if you don't know the next step, how to do it. Don't look, or you always look at energy. This madness with energy drives me crazy. Look at the conditions and you see more. The plate is full of beautiful fruits, but you're happy with the skins of a peanut, so that's your problem. Next question.
The powder, is that something of potassium carbonate?
I don't use that kind of thing.
Okay. Now in the bottle it was sp2 with hydrogen.
I've seen a lot of things going on. A lot of people make a lot of comments. I make things, I make the structure. In one of my conditions which I needed, I have used, you know these candles you buy? You just lit the round candles you put around the table for light or for beautiful things. You know which one I'm talking about? You buy them for a few cents. You put them for lighting.
Yeah,
I need
like perfumes and all that stuff.
Yeah, the solid paraffin. Yeah. I need a condition, and I search for God knows how long. And that condition I needed for part of the process, that's the best thing for it. That material of that tin can, I carry, God knows, thousands of them. Because now when I need for something, I don't need to go and wait for one to burn out. Yeah? Because I understood what that material allows the condition to be created in the what do you call it? In the position when life was created. in the environment where life was condition was created. This is one of the biggest problems. I don't go and study chemistry. I don't believe in chemistry, but I understand the structure of the chemistry. Why you look, you say double bond. This is. I look why nitrogen in the sugar, what do you call it, in amino acid? Why do you have carbon? Why? One of the, you not do it so easily and you just walk away from it. Why do you need to give water to a fertilizer for a plant to grow? Without the rain, there is no process. The nitrogen is there. Yeah, just stop 1 second and ask yourself a simple question. Why? When you have
the hydrogen atoms?
Of course. Yeah. The nitrogen releases through centralization the energy of the atom of the electron of the hydrogen is very, very bad. How much it can release depends what that plant absorbs. Simple, finished. Now understand the process. You can do anything with it. Change the nitrogen to uranium and change the hydrogen to let's say potassium. The electrons of potassium will play the same game as a single electron of hydrogen. You just change the strength. No one has ever understood the principle of nitrogen and water. Why do you need to water your plants? Because you give the hydrogen needed because of for the bandwidth vibration of the electron to release its energy to the plant. Simple. I have to write a book to explain this. Why can't you explain it? This is what the reality of life is. No one has ever understood till today why, how. Simple. Nitrogen is a centralizer. Good morning.
But Mr. Keshe, here I have a question because there were some discussions in this group about this matter, about nitrogen. So I have a question that maybe could be silly, but I think that will help for us to understand. Based on my knowledge, nitrogen is quite a stable element. So unless you don't excite him to put in a higher energy, he is not going to release the extreme ultraviolet photons, as you explained.
You don't excite it. You don't excite it. You squeeze it.
Can you please be more technical on this issue?
Yeah.
Squeeze it.
Yeah, this is what I call.
In other words, try to use a language of a physicist, not.
It's like an accordion effect. It's an accordion. It's an accordion effect. With a hammer, that's all you need to do. Most of the I explained to you something in a different direction. Maybe to me it makes sense. Maybe to you it doesn't. But some people might understand it. When we do the health section, and we have people who have a spinal injury or they have a disc pressure on their nerves, yeah. And they go paralyzed or they have the pains in their body because the disc has put a pressure on the nerve, and you get also problems. Always say to the people, and I've proven to be correct, is that when we get involved, we don't do anything with the disc. We just allow the disc to grow a little bit or get some moisture in it. And because it grows, it takes the pressure off the nerve. Yeah? And you think, oh, the pressure is taken off, so there should be no more pain. But I always tell my people, and they tell me as well, that the pain when we take the pressure off is more than when the pain was when the pressure was on. Because it's the same thing. The pressure on the nerve to be squeezed has taken weeks or because of an accident or whatever, months. And now you take the pressure off, the balloon has to grow back to its normal condition. So it creates the same kind of pain. The same amino acid was the squid was creating pain. Now the same amino acid is expanding, it's creating pain. The same thing happens with nitrogen, because nitrogen is part of the process of the amino acid. You play the carbon game with it. You squeeze it. You bring the electrons closer to the center. It releases its ultraviolet. It doesn't release it when it goes out. It's very much like a knife. You bring it closer, you take more of it, you get more sparkles. The sparkling doesn't come in extracting it that much. Because you bring two...
Pressing, how to say, physical pressure? I mean...
sometimes, magnetic pressure as well as physical pressure gives you the same result.
Yes, but you're referring at magnetic pressure, isn't it?
Both. With nitrogen, you have both sides. You can do it both ways. If you understand how to do it, you can do it. But we can do it with a lot of materials. Piezoelectric is not just to do with that material. Huh? Any material is piezo, but in piezo in radiation level.
So if I'm understanding correctly, supposedly you have a system which can generate some magnetic fields, and I'm coming with your example with the 3 cell phones. So I'm putting the gas in a plastic sphere, whatever, and I am applying some sort of strong magnetic field or radio frequency radiation that will somehow stress the nitrogen atom inside, whatever composition will be the nitrogen. And when, supposing that it's an oscillating wave, when it's going from the maximum amplitude to 0, that will allow the nitrogen to, how to say, decompress. So you are going to generate that extreme ultraviolet radiation.
It can be done. It can be done. But you get more when you squeeze it than when you get more when you expand it. You get when you bring the plasma of electrons of nitrogen in a certain way closer to the plasma of this proton or center, you get more frictions, you get more radiation release or more magnetic field release. And you can do it in different ways. You can do it in total. I do it in different ways. I've seen it been done. The concept, because it's a lot of misunderstanding in the whole thing. Yeah. The next step after you squeeze the nitrogen and after the nitrogen released or allow the hydrogen electron to find enough energy to separate the cell, or you created the gap of separation, then go to the next step. What does that give? Do I need to make the hydrogen to play the game of the electron of the proton? Then you see the beauty of the gas work. In a way, when you get rid of the plasma of the electron, that electron still needs some sort of control, otherwise it just opens up. Like, you've got a balloon full of water and just explodes. There's no control. But you find out the control is there. So why is the control there? Because the elements of the core or the condition you created in the core play the game of the electron of the plasma of the proton. Then how much energy you want to extract from this plasma. Just because you took the plasma of the electron away, proton doesn't have a freedom of do whatever it likes. Huh? Proton is always controlled. The size of the proton, the speed of rotation of proton, the volume of the proton, plasma of a proton is dictated by the electron, by the plasma and the strength and the speed of the electron, and vice versa. So now that you take the electron away, you ionize, you've got a plasma, yeah? What is controlling this plasma? Who's controlling this plasma? There should be another entity to control the plasma. So
as
your
you
nitrogen,
explained before, if the inner reactor is having the graphene layer, the electrons will go there and will be absorbed.
in so many ways, yeah. But
So,
as go back to what I said earlier with the Ghent University, is not absorbed. It fills in the gap in the PNN junction. This is what we call understand. Yeah. That's where it goes. It doesn't get absorbed. So the PNN junction of your nano layer fits the size of the electron. You wanted the size, that's your size.
Right, because so practically you are trying to say that once you remove the electron from the orbit of the proton and it's fixed in these gaps, that is going to influence the proton, its speed of rotation, where it stays there in the middle, so to speak.
Yeah, but don't forget now you have introduced external rotation force and vacuum condition toward the plasma. You understand?
Yes.
And now, not only you've taken, you see, this is what I tell you, one of the problems with me, or one of the advantages with me is I understand the cross-section of the science. From plasma to biology, which is a combination. So in parallel, if you go across, if you have a nanostructure is a PN junction, yeah, and it's a gap and hold, it's 0 and 1, yeah.
Right.
This was very early on explained to me in a very simple way by a diamond dealer and diamond bourse in Antwerp. I want to show them that this is diamond structure. And I made sure I take everything out of the office when I leave. But somehow these clever boys managed to pinch a piece somewhere. When we met in the next meeting, he says, you know something? This thing is full of holes, this material. Diamond dealers in diamond bourse in Antwerp explained to me the property of the nanomaterial at that time before anybody else knew. Because they wanted to see how much this thing is going to damage their business. Now it behaves like a diamond. You understand? So the nano layer does not play as you think. Nano layer, if you have on your surface, is the trapper for your electrons. Because once the electron gets into this gap, it opens up to its size, and that's it. It's called a nano layer. It's a nanoatomic. So the size of that gap is the size of an atom of hydrogen, not an electron of hydrogen. So that electron opens up into that gap. So it expands itself and releases some of its energy too.
Is it graphene?
Graphene is well known. Graphene is this graphene is a PN junction layer. It's a capacitor. That's how they're building all these new batteries and new systems. All they are doing, they're using the PN junction of the nano layer. Nano layer is not a mystery anymore. It's a well-known documented thing. So the capacitance capabilities of nano layer comes if you put 6 circles around in a certain formation, you get a circle in the middle gap. Yeah, matters, one single gap. That's your PN junction. And in a combination force, depends how you bend it, you can create a sphere of it. But as you know, every few combination you get a 5-1 instead of 6-1. So your nano layer is a capacitor. But what do you want to use as a capacitor for? What do you want to store in there? Energy or electron, or energy of the electron? This is what part of why the the battery industry who are going to lithium and the rest of it and using nanotechnology haven't understood, and they've got this problem with it because they don't understand that gap can be used in a very effective way for more powerful batteries.
No, but it's because of the graphene of the hydrogen atom, the McGrath field. It's like, okay, it's in the core. It's the same.
No, it's not. The hydrogen, you find out when you ionize it, the electron usually dissipates and disappears into the graphene layer. You cannot make a graphene hydrogen in that environment because you already set the system up for plasma condition.
Okay.
Hello?
Yeah, is there something else we can do, like maybe use an infrared light or something to...
I am waiting for the Maltese group to show us how they make this plasma. I'm very interested to see how they do.
Well, from the last health workshop, you said the light was created in volcanoes in Africa. So I thought with all the light you said from the energy production was from the Earth level, which was more of the infrared. So maybe put a little warmth to it, like with the live being at 30
I've never
degrees.
done this. I have never done this. I've never used infrareds. I've never used high voltage or low voltage across the core to create plasma. I don't understand it, so I don't use that one because I look at the thing in a different direction. But I was very interested in what Rick showed us, the way he makes plasma. And I like to learn, but I don't see it that way.
Along those lines, there is some recent research and techniques that they use with an infrared laser that gets put across two different gases, a high Z and low Z gas, that is a high atomic weight and low atomic weight gases, like argon, for example, and helium or hydrogen. And when the laser goes through those gases, it's a double puff gas situation, where one gas is within the other one. They send this laser through and it gives off EUV rays. And they use those rays in the for lithography and for the creating chips and so on now. It's one of the latest techniques. So I was thinking...
This is exactly what I said about the multi-layering. That's what your multi-layering is. Now they can show it in different way as ultraviolet, but in gases, the same process as you just explained creates extreme ultraviolet for ionizing the hydrogen.
That's exactly. So it seems to me if you had these infrared rays coming from the inside layer of the reactor heading toward the center, it would necessarily go through the different layers of gases and by necessity create the EUV rays from it. So I was thinking along those lines, would it be possible to just simply heat the reactor, especially with copper being so conductive of heat and so on, and have an inner coating that would translate that heat, which is infrared anyway, to the correct infrared frequency of that particular laser, which I think was a iridium neodymium laser. And then the rest of it would be natural after that. As long as you got the correct infrared rays created, it should create the correct UV rays.
Yeah, that's fantastic in the ideal world, yes. But in reality, it doesn't, because there are two or 3 points. First of all, if you use heating, you have a huge problem. You have sealers. Your sealers are made of rubber. To what temperature you're going to go? You're going to melt your seals, your vacuum seals. And then the other point with what we work with, the material we work in, and it was clearly pointed out in 2 or 3 experiments in past years, and one especially past few weeks here in Italy when they were trying to torch the what do you call it, the reactor for a certain purpose. When you have the 2 halves, literally the other half is as cold as ice and the other part is boiling. Heat does not transfer across nanostructures. So I cannot do that, because if you're going to heat it, you're going to heat internally. They resist heat going internally.
Yes, good point. Maybe it could reach a certain threshold and then turn into a laser with a certain kind of coating, perhaps.
I'm trying to understand, maybe yes, but on the other hand, we've seen burn points on our cores over years. And when you look at this burn points, is it to do from the plasma, or is it very much like the arcs you see with the plasma balls you have? Well, you put your finger and the what do you call it, the field gets created to the ball.
Well, could you describe what you see when you look into the viewport of your reactor? Would you see like a pinkish core or purplish core or whitish?
It changes very much. Initially, there's a background, somebody's talking.
We have an echo because of the live streaming. I haven't quite figured out some of the controls.
What happened, we see all sorts of colors. I used to see all sorts of shapes and colors and the speeds. And the colors come according to the interaction, as far as we can say. We see colors which is not normally seen. I explained that on the book number 3. The colors on book number 3 is more or less near enough to what we see with the plasma internally. You see physical changes. Physical changes we see. The first time when the Italian boys saw the physical change in the reactor, the speed of motion was shocking for everyone. You could see how they were surprised that you're not touching anything, and the reactors, different cores, start picking up different speeds on their own. They go very slow, they go to the standstill, they go high, they go from 500 to 1,000, 1,500, and you don't touch. Physical changes we've seen it for a long time. And with the portholes, depending on what gas is on, these high speed of rotation creates different friction in the plasma, so you see different colors. I've seen the different colors, and I'm sure when you open put the portholes, you will see it in the reactors coming. With the copper core, we don't have it. We don't have a porthole, so we don't know the conformation and variation. Originally, I became of layering of materials years ago, and I used to paste and glue and paint inside the cores with different materials to see how the friction changes according to what I could understand at that time. And I'm sure if we get a porthole into this new material, nano layering with the copper core which we have built, we will see wonders of creation, but at the moment I don't have that pleasure.
Have you ever seen little sort of lightning bolts shooting out from the central core or going into the central core from the outer layers?
No, you see these what you call by the burning points when we open the core.
Okay.
When we open the core, I explained this before, we see like a burning spots, it's like welding spots.
Right.
On the walls of inner walls of the reactor. I've never seen them on the inner core, outer walls, but I've always seen them on the outer core, the inner core of the outer walls. Inside the core, when you open up, it's It's, you see like burn points.
So there must be electrical action happening inside the high voltage.
Yes, 100%, yeah. But I haven't seen it on the inner core. I've seen it on the walls of that core. But now with the new material, we can't see anything. And the thing is, we can't even rub the thing off the copper. It's very, very difficult to take it off. It's literally impossible. It's just a difficult process.
Need a transparent copper, maybe. They made transparent aluminum, apparently, so maybe copper is possible.
So, I don't know. One day we might see. I think this is one of the problems with our production team in the next few weeks. Any other questions? Or shall we call it a day?
We certainly delivered a lot of information here and enough for us to chew on for a while, I think.
No, you got to. It's the same. I think most of the time I explain the same thing every now and then, but to elaborate more, to understand more.
Yes,
yes.
John speaking. I intervened because you say that with ceramic material, it would be much more difficult to reach a certain condition.
Using nano-layering, put it in perspective, put it in order. Because I do not know how you can produce. Don't have the knowledge, put it that way. To how to create nano layers or to create different conditions with the ceramic.
Okay.
Yeah, because what we did some tests a few years ago in Belgium with different materials, and with anything which has got a glaze on is as good as don't ever start to test on, because you don't get anything from it. It has some sort of Teflon effect. It doesn't produce anything, and nothing can stick on it unless you dry it.
But you did mention using a correct series of gases would enable it to work. Is that correct?
You see what happened? We have a facility which I don't think many people have this kind of facilities. What we do, we can get, let's say, even a glass. Yeah, we put this glass in a tunnel. And this tunnel gets bombarded with nitrogen atoms, nitrogen gas from a gas cylinder, but in an atomic condition. So we literally make splatters it with holes in it. So even though on the surface, if you touch it, looks as smooth as anything, in this high vacuum, it's made in Ukraine, this system. It's Russian development for space technology. So you bombard the surface of this ceramic with, what do you call it, with, let's say, hydrogen. You create holes in it. And then you fill these holes with, let's say, copper or zinc or chrome. And then that's how you create, what do you call it, the coating of the surface. This way, there is no connection between the layers and also some advantages with it, but it's very time-consuming. It's very time-consuming. But it works. This is the way we work. You make holes in it. But I think that's what's going to be done with ceramic, unless it's a different thing which we have to understand.
Mr. Keshe, regarding what you said, I have something like a plastic, well, let's say reactor, and incidentally, last week I was examining that with a magnifying glass. Looks like exactly what you explained is happening. The inner part, the acrylic tube, is like someone opened fire with a machine gun. It's thinny holes that you can see only by magnifying by, I don't know, 10, 20 times with the glass. I don't know how to deposit, let's say, copper stuff, but looks like exactly what you are describing.
It is very much like the old system of putting a bar and coating it with copper or gold or whatever. What do you call it? What do you call it, the process? Plating. If you can make a negative or positive out of plastic, and you can make a negative positive out of the material you want to deposit, you should be able to do it. But because it's not done, it's only done by, what do you call it, vacuum injection. I was told in the discussion, we were discussing for the production of the new reactors, that why do we use these needs 3D printers? 3D printers, even though they look as a smooth from outside, but they're full of holes, and they give you this combination of porosity which you're talking about. Then you can fill it up with copper or inject copper into it. So this is one of the possibilities with the 3Ds, that you can produce some of the reactors. But now they do, I was told in the meeting, that there is a metal and plastic combination 3D printers. Maybe if you can get printed on the inside copper. You can do it with titanium. I've tested aluminium. But aluminium does not give homogeneous, what do you call it, sponge, I call it, powder. You get concentration in some parts and not much in the other part. Where with the copper you get very much homogeneous production. If you've seen in one of my presentations, I used to show this is a long piece of copper strip, and I always call it the longest piece of diamond ever been measured. It's about 10 cents, maybe 20 centimeter long. On both sides, it has the properties of diamond. It's tested, it shows like diamond, carries a full diamond structure of the copper, the whole length. And I devised this system for NASA, for the helmets of their astronauts because of the radiation leaking to the brain. And I usually used to show it as a layer of copper, a layer of this material, and a layer of aluminium. And you sandwich it in the clothing or in the helmet. And it absorbs all the radiation in that PN junctions in these gaps of the nano layer. So no radiation can enter the brain.
And when you say the layering, you're not removing any copper, you're actually just adding on top of that copper layer. Is that right?
No, repeat again. The copper itself changes orientation into diamond. We don't add anything. I don't bring anything from outside to glue it or laser it. I create a condition that the same as your body creates condition for the carbon from a conductor to become a resistor, your nerve not to leak or the information to carry or to stop. We understood the principle, and I repeated in the copper. So the copper itself changes its orientation from a conductor to a resistor or an insulant. And in that process, because it has to do that separation or conversion, so the material like pops out. It becomes another sphere, and then the bottom one has to do the same thing, and it pops out. So you make a powder of cans of copper. But now it's very much like, if you've been to these children playgrounds where you can slide into this bath of bubble balls, the little balls the children just fall in. This is your nano condition, what do you call it, the structure, powder structure in our surface. All the balls don't sit flat. It's a swimming of pools and all the balls, and in between them there are gaps. That's how they sit. So these gaps and the thickness and the width of these gaps decide how much plasma, how much energy you extract, and which layers of the plasma you extract. because you rotate the reactor. You don't have a steady reactor that it cooks up. So it continues to create a position of different strength. The more compact layers to the wall, they allow less of, and the more opens, they allow more of the energies. The energy level in your plasma reactor is totally opposite to your standard level. The more you go to the center wall, or even you go to the partition wall between the first and second core, the more energy you have to extract than when you come to the outer layer of the reactor. For lower energy, you come out. For higher energy, you go into the center. That's where most of the energy is radiating outwards.
Mr. Keshe, I have another question. I would like to come back to what you say, the conditions. The conditions we know usually are pressure, temperature. We have here another aspect, which is the dynamic magnetic field that will be building into the reactor. We have the density of EUV that are needed. The magnetic field.
You have another condition. You have another condition which you have to remember, is that as much as atomic structure create change of magra, so do molecular structure.
Oh, okay.
You understand? This
Yes.
is the condition of environment. This goes back again to the water and the nitrogen. It goes back again to the springs in the deep sea. That condition is that chemical condition can create condition for production of microbes. And that's how life starts on this planet.
Yes, so the chemical aspect will bring us to a condition in the magraphs of the different atoms and what's happening in a very low level.
Yes, yes, of course.
It's just like a puzzle for the moment. We are just trying.
It's not a puzzle. It's just to understand there is no difference between micro and macro. There is no difference. Yeah? It's just that it's a condition, the way we've been taught. We immediately, the only barrier put on us is our own intelligence and our own comprehension and our own acceptance of the truth.
Yes, we have built up a vision, and that vision has to change in the way the understanding is made of that vision.
That's all it is. It's the same problem we have with the professors and doctors. They have worked so hard to confirm something all their life, and now what they have worked to confirm, it doesn't work, so they have to defend it and they deny what it is and oppose or reject what is the correct thing. And we see the same, because we've been conditioned to accept it's the same thing as we've been conditioned to accept that life is ultimate speed. And it's very hard to change mind now. You try to do this, and they call you everything with it.
Here, a very short clarification. You stated that in the reactors we are putting atomic elements, so we don't have molecule. I mean by this, it's atomic hydrogen is maybe atomic nitrogen.
Let me explain. Maybe I can add this to the knowledge. In the reactor, the condition you create is changing the molecular to atomic to plasma.
Right. This, I think, is understood up to now.
Yeah. So in the gases you put in, first of all, you have to change from molecular to the atomic.
Right. So you get atomic hydrogen and probably atomic nitrogen, whatever you put them.
Yeah.
This is understood. That's the concept.
This is due to the fact we are working at a very low pressure, and at very low pressure the molecules keeps the distance, and then can go
to create. Let me add to that before you go to the next sentence. Molecular plasma condition, pressure and temperature is enough on this planet to create any kind of nano or diamond or crystal structure, diamond crystal or normal structure matter. You don't need high pressures and high volumes. You're 100% correct. Very, very low, very, very low, very low. The lower you go, the better performance you get.
Yes, and that's all. The question is to understand that we are in other conditions than what we are used to on the Earth. So we have to.
No, you're wrong. You're 100%, 180% looking the wrong way. Look inside the body of your own body.
Yes, they are.
It's a very low, and you're on this planet.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is the beauty of the creation. This is what we have gone wrong in so many ways. We always call I call this the principle of temples. Huh? Yes. If you look, they make temples very big. They made the biggest temples they could do. They made the town halls and government buildings very big and glamorous. Why? Because psychologically, we live in little houses, and we see when the bigger structure, it must be very important. Yeah?
Yes.
Well, we don't look that the structure of that building sits in our house, is built out of our own work. Yeah? Yes. We have this human condition of being big and powerful, and then you can do things. No. The structure of life starts at the smallest pressures, magnetic fields, gravitational fields, in the structure of the molecular structure of an amino acid.
Yes, that's why we can see that, in fact, we have a vacuum everywhere, even in between the proton and electron in one atom of hydrogen.
Exactly. You do not need these high extreme conditions.
Yes. And
you will find let me explain something. Yes. Maybe helps you in your work. You will find that this is something, this is one of my tests, because this is something I missed over years. And a few days ago, I was just sitting and I was thinking, you know something, with this new material, with a new understanding of the working of the operation of the plasma, I have never worked the opposite way in. The opposite way in means that I've created a vacuum and I allow the plasma to create. I have never pressurized this plasma. What happens if I create what, as human, we are used to creating extreme pressure on this plasma? Would it release its energy in one go? Or would it become into what we call resonance condition and release energy like a piezoelectric?
If I may, I could give you an overview, because I did test this kind of systems. What is happening is the pressurized plasma, so to speak. So,
yeah, but pressurized plasma in presence of nano dust, not matter.
Yes. I don't have the nano dust. But what I'm trying to say is that what is happening is, because I wanted to answer to your question with resonance. Once it's having like an excitation impulse, instead of having amortization, like regular oscillation in physics, it's having maybe 10 or 5 cycles, the same amplitude, until it needs another impulse, because otherwise it's dying. So I think you are right. It's some sort of resonance with the environment until you need to give it the next shot of energy to keep it running.
No, this has become an interesting point. Maybe this, I keep away from lab for days, for weeks, because I don't see anything to do. But I'm just like a little child at the moment with a lot of toys arrived for Christmas, and I want to go and play with all of them. So with this new setup of the structure of the reactor, is giving me a new insight and new capabilities to play with new conditions.
So if you are referring to nanodust, some graphene particles, I could try this and let you know what's going to happen.
This is not the way it is. It's built from the material. The material I have is different than... we put so much vacuum, we get nothing out of it. If it's a dust, it goes away. This is a condition of the structure, which is important.
It's interesting. I've read recently where in the lithograph industry, and when they're doing these chips, they've been for the last 10 or 20 years trying to get more and more sterile environments, because the smallest piece of dust will destroy these chips. So what's been happening is they put better and better filters on and make sure there's no other particles inside the environment and so on. But they've reached a wall in the last few years, and they continue getting dust where there shouldn't be dust. And then they just finally realized recently that they're actually creating the dust inside the chamber. And essentially, that's what happens in a vacuum, is you create these nano dust particles, and it's found in, whether it's the major accelerators in the vacuum or
various other... It's a very nice point. It's a very nice point, but if you want to write to them and explain to them in a simple way, because you use a plasma condition or whatever, some of the plasma slows down enough that it becomes matter.
Right.
That's where they find it's not a dust. You write to them in a very simple way and explain to them that the plasma reduces its strength magnetic field to matter. That part shows itself as a dust, but it's actually the plasma itself converting to matter.
Exactly, and they call it dust, but what they really mean is it's a very small geometric particle, usually just a few pieces of elements stuck together.
This is the plasma conversion. This is a plasma conversion to dust.
Okay, along that line, there's a question from the live stream that somebody has about the Earth itself, and basically the question is the Earth still creating materials?
Of course. Right. And I explained that in the last talk with Elia.
Well, he mentions, is there plasma coming into the Earth, or is the Earth using the existing plasma and recreating this to create the new material?
Both ways.
Okay.
It goes both. The creation of life intelligence will never stop anywhere.
So the Earth is actually getting bigger?
We are collecting more dust or more layers, as we know, over centuries, over billions of years. And that's exactly the same condition, same process as you explained with these people trying to make these plasmas. As the field of the sun comes to the earth, it converts into matter because it's a lower strength than the rains on earth on a continuous basis.
tons and tons of it. I don't know if you know something or you heard about that. Most probably you all have. Do you know we have what we call desert storms? Not the one they had in Iraq, but one of the biggest sources of food for the fish in Atlantic Ocean, which is the most fertile area of the for the fish to grow and been growing for billions of years, is thousands of tons of desert sand which gets blown and sits and gets blown over the Atlantic Ocean and sits and then sinks into the bottom and creates a new environment for fertilizing or allowing new omega and the rest to be created for the food for the fish. The seabed is not has certain amount of nourishment, but this the desert storms which carries tons and tons of red dust. If you've been in Africa, if you've been in Gambia or in what do you call it, Banjul or other part of West Africa, you know about the dust, storm dust which comes across, and it covers the city and covers everything. The same amount of dust gets carried away into the Atlantic Ocean and creates a feeding ground for new life for the fish. And that's how the sea is getting fertilized and receives new material. We receive the same kind of life dust from this place. It's continuous, never stops. And most probably with it, new material comes in which allows the creation of the new life in different form. You got to understand the process the same as I explained with the water, why we water and what happens, why water is the essence of life. Because that hydrogen in the water, in conjunction with the nitrogen, which we always buy fertilizers nitrogen based, allows the release of the energy of the electron, the vibration, what it does. The same process happens with the rest of the operation in the different levels in the universe.
Okay. Well, we're up to the 4-hour mark here.
So we call it a day. Have a nice Christmas.
Questions. I think we should let Mr. Keshe get on with his holiday, brief holiday.
I don't want a holiday. I'm going back into the lab. we got a lot of things happening. We got to prepare a lot of things for the people who are coming in from next week till the 6th. There's nothing we can do. And then we got to prepare a lot of things for the research stops, not just because people come in here. I try to leave most of the learning by the student the first few weeks. We try to talk and explain, and from then on it's for you to talk and explain to the others. This is the whole process. There is something a lot of people who shouldn't ask me, what can we do? We are looking for ways of supporting the scientists to be here if they cannot do it themselves, but that's in the preliminary stages. And secondly, we're trying to create totally away from this student-teacher relationship in the classroom. It's very much on the basis of nourishing the knowledge in the comfort of the soul, the spirit, and the body. Where you feel at peace, you can do, you don't need a chair, you don't need a, what do you call it? I think a lot of people will be surprised the way we're setting up the teaching side. And this is very much based on, we're trying to do it that way, that it's like you come home, you don't come to school, you don't come to a classroom. You come where you're comfortable and you can work in a totally different environment than what do you call it, than it's used to.
That sounds great. Thank you very much, Mr. Keshe.
There's a lot of headache. It's not great. We'll see what we can do.
Well, yeah.
We try, let me explain something before I go. We do not know everything, but it's a process which has got to be done. This teaching, this transfer of knowledge to people has to be done in a very different way because you speak different languages and you come from different knowledge background. You can explain things different way than I can. You won't find it easy working with me. I'm one of the most hardest guys to work with because I think everybody knows everything, but then I have to understand, I have to explain myself more. But in time, I think we'll change the situation. But the whole process is I have set a target and we are getting to this target much faster and faster. We promised and we try to keep to our promise. By 2015, we'll move out of this atmosphere. So you can see what is expected of the people who come here and the people who work with us. I know and I see it feasibly possible by 2014 and 2015, middle 2015, we will launch the first outwards journey. And not test. So the people who come here they got to know what is expected of the progress. We keep to our work. Now that we had to go non-nuclear, now we see a better proposition than nuclear. And my target is like full moon landing, or not a moon landing because we promised we never land on the moon, to keep our promise and integrity of the Islamic religion. To them, moon is holy, so we keep out of it because of the landing. But we will outward in 2015, latest 2016. But the way we are going 2015 is quite feasible. We are not looking for aircrafts the way you are used to. We are looking for a car which can do the same job. We are not looking for aircrafts the way you are used to. We are looking for a car which can do the same job. Now we know what is the target of the Institute. I will keep to that, very much to that structure and that, because once you can lift, and you can create the atmospheric condition which we've seen can be done. This will be the first time done by international hand, not by government. At the moment, government has that position. They are in that beautiful position, they can do it. But now this will be done by the people, for the people in a very open way. So the people who join us the target is for 2015 latest, a full flight lift. And we will deliver that because now the knowledge is there, the technology is there, there is no physical obstruction of nuclear or non-nuclear. That barrier is taken now, so we are getting back into normality of research and development, and we are back on it. So you've got to be ready to be able to deliver as the students who come to the Institute a full working system for flight. I discussed this with our people in our last meeting here who are taking up with the energy system. I said that the target is for production of the units for the space travel. And we are very much on target now. We came back on target with the new development in the past few weeks.
So we need to look for a woman with a broom?
Why?
I don't know. I have a solution. We can send...
No, we are not looking for witches. No.
I can send my wife on Mars with a small note to request all the technology.
What are you going to do with your diabetic?
And they are going to send her back in a week. I can guarantee that.
I thought she was the one who was giving you the diabetic.
Yeah, that's sweet.
Yeah.
No, but that's what our target is. Now we are very back. Now we are not going on attack. We are not going on extremes. We are going on the reality of what we see, because a lot of things has been explained in past 10 days. What we could see, we could understand from the behavior of the new material, and it opens up totally new doors. And that was one of the reasons we went out again with the Fukushima. Because this kind of new materials opens different aspects for changing the situation. You will learn when you get here what our target is physically to be able to take flight within the next 12 to 18 months. In these program writers, which we have brought in, I hope they will come in. It needs people who understand the psychology, or people who understand the food structure. I have chosen a collective of people who can contribute to the Institute, but we're going to see how many of them will turn up and how they turn up. Any other questions, or we call it a day?
We call it a day.
Have a wonderful, happy new year. And I think it'll be a happy new year for the humanity.
Yes, and for each
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Keshe. That's another great.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe.
Thank you so much for your precious time.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you, Lance.
That was an awesome workshop.
Very nice.
Right on.